Fear doesn't need to be true to be effective. It just needs to be shared, repeated, performed. That's how panic becomes normal, how silence becomes obedience, and how your voice, your instincts, your truth get edited before they ever leave your lips. In a world ruled by subtle control, manufactured fear, and quiet conformity, the question isn't whether you're being manipulated. The question is, how much of your life is still truly yours? If this already makes you feel something, stay. And if you believe more people need to hear this, support the channel by liking, commenting, and subscribing. It's free for you, but it helps truth travel further. The fear of freedom. Why control feels safer. They say we are born free, that freedom is the most natural state of being, a birthright engraved into the human condition. But if that's true, then why does it so often feel like a burden we're desperate to hand off? Why do people who have every legal and social freedom still seek the comfort of rigid systems, of rules, of leaders who tell them what to think, who to fear, and how to live? The answer isn't political, it's psychological, because freedom, in its rawest and most honest form, is terrifying. It isn't just the ability to choose, it's the obligation to. It means that every decision, every consequence, every failure, and every regret belongs to you alone. There is no one else to blame. There is no higher authority pulling strings behind the curtain. And while that idea might sound exhilarating in theory, in practice, it often overwhelms. For many, the unstructured vastness of real freedom feels less like an open field and more like a silent void where nothing is guaranteed and anything is possible, including failure, isolation, and chaos. That's why, beneath our grand declarations of liberty and independence, we often find ourselves drawn to the comfort of control, not necessarily controlling others, but being controlled. Because when someone else takes the reins, we are spared the vertigo of decision-making. We are protected from the anxiety of not knowing what comes next. In that surrender, there is relief, a quiet exhale, a pause in the endless responsibility of being a conscious, self-directed human. It's no accident that authoritarian regimes often rise not during times of strength, but during times of crisis, when the world feels uncertain, when the economy crashes, when a pandemic spreads, or when cultural values begin to shift too rapidly for comfort. In those moments, freedom begins to feel more like a threat than a right. People yearn for stability, for clarity, for the illusion of safety, and they find it in authority. They find it in strong leaders, in rigid ideologies, in institutions that promise order and predictability in exchange for obedience. And they accept that deal, often without realizing they've made it, because the alternative, true freedom, requires confronting something we spend our entire lives avoiding: the weight of our own agency. It is easier to be told what to do than to carve out an identity from scratch. It is easier to adopt inherited beliefs than to examine them one by one. It is easier to belong to a group than to walk alone through the wilderness of doubt. But the price we pay for that ease is subtle. It's not handcuffs or surveillance or censorship. It's the quiet erosion of the self, the gradual, almost invisible fading of inner voice, inner compass, inner will, until one day we wake up and realize that we've become a passenger in our own life, living a story we didn't write, chasing goals we didn't set, speaking truths we never truly questioned. Erich Fromm, a psychoanalyst who studied the rise of Nazism and the psychology of submission, once wrote that modern man is free from traditional authorities, kings, priests, patriarchs, but not free to live authentically. And so, in our desperation to escape the anxiety of freedom, we invent new gods. Political ideologies become religions. Celebrities become moral authorities. Social media algorithms shape our opinions with the quiet efficiency of a censor. We outsource our identity to tribes, to movements, to groupthink, and call it belonging. But belonging without selfhood is not connection, it's conformity. And conformity is often the clearest sign that freedom has become too heavy to hold. Of course, not all control is sinister. Structure is necessary for society to function. Rules keep us from harming each other. Shared values create harmony. But there's a difference between external order and internal submission. There's a difference between participating in a system and being consumed by it. When we no longer question the rules we follow, when we no longer examine the values we inherit, when we no longer hear the small, defiant voice inside us whispering, "This doesn't feel right," then we haven't found peace. We've just silenced the dissonance. And silence is not always a sign of resolution. Sometimes it's a symptom of fear. Because freedom, real freedom, isn't easy. It doesn't come with a manual. It doesn't promise success. It doesn't protect you from regret. In fact, it demands that you make peace with uncertainty, that you live without guarantees, that you fail and recover, hurt and heal, question and continue anyway. It asks that you define your own values, your own meaning, your own purpose, and that you take responsibility when those definitions fall apart. And most people, when faced with that level of existential risk, retreat. They choose the known over the unknown, even if the known is stifling. They choose the predictable over the possible, even if it means living a smaller, quieter life. And, slowly, often imperceptibly, they begin to confuse safety with happiness, obedience with virtue, and control with love. But love that demands you become smaller to fit its shape is not love, it's possession. And safety that asks you to stop growing is not safety, it's stagnation. Yet this fear of freedom isn't a weakness, it's a mirror. It shows us just how much we've been taught to fear ourselves. Because freedom isn't just about rights, it's about power. The power to shape your life, to reject inherited scripts, to walk away from the familiar, to risk becoming something no one else understands. And power, especially when we don't trust ourselves to wield it well, can feel dangerous. We fear what we might do with it. We fear the chaos it could unleash. We fear that, left to our own devices, we might fail or hurt others or make irreversible mistakes. So we shrink from it. We tell ourselves we're not ready, not capable, not worthy. But deep down, beneath that hesitation, is something ancient and undeniable. The knowledge that we were not born to be ruled, not by others and not by fear. Still, the voice of fear is persuasive. It speaks in the language of reason. It tells you that freedom is reckless, that questioning is dangerous, that the price of nonconformity is loneliness or ruin. It whispers that safety is noble, that tradition is sacred, that certainty is strength. And sometimes, it's right. There is value in caution, there is wisdom in restraint. But when fear becomes the guiding principle of our lives, when every decision is measured against the question, what if it goes wrong? Then freedom becomes something we only perform, not something we actually live. We decorate our lives with the appearance of choice, while quietly handing the steering wheel to someone else. But real freedom, the kind that expands your life, rather than shrinking it, only begins when you stop seeking permission, when you stop waiting for someone to say you're allowed to be who you are, when you accept that you don't need to justify your desires, your dreams, your doubts. You simply need to honor them. That kind of freedom isn't loud. It doesn't march or shout. It moves quietly, like breath. It slips into your choices. It lives in your refusal to betray yourself. And it begins, not with defiance, but with courage. The courage to sit with your own uncertainty and still choose to act. The courage to risk being misunderstood. The courage to say yes to what calls you, even when the path ahead is dark and no one is walking beside you. So if you've ever felt the tug toward comfort over possibility, if you've ever dimmed your light to fit into someone else's idea of normal, if you've ever stayed silent because speaking would have made you visible, know this: you're not broken, you're human, and you are standing at the crossroads where every free person eventually stands. One path is paved, well lit, lined with signs that tell you exactly what to expect. The other is overgrown, winding, full of fog and silence and the eerie echo of your own heartbeat. But only one of those paths belongs to you, and the choice to take it, to walk into the unknown, to risk the fall, to live as though you matter, is the most dangerous and most honest thing you will ever do. The illusion of safety, how comfort becomes a cage. We are taught to seek safety, It is wired into our biology, rewarded by our culture, and reinforced in every system we live under. From our earliest memories, comfort is framed as the destination. Warm beds, locked doors, familiar faces, predictable routines. We build our lives like nests, weaving security into every corner until we feel protected from the world outside. But at some point, what protects us can begin to confine us. What once felt like shelter can slowly become a trap. And the most disarming part of this transformation is that it happens quietly. No alarms, no warnings, just a subtle narrowing of the world day by day until the edges of possibility are replaced by the padded walls of routine. This is the illusion of safety. The belief that if we stay still, stay known, stay the same, we will be spared the chaos of the unknown. But safety is never a permanent state. It is a negotiation with uncertainty, not a cure for it. And when we forget that, when we begin to believe that comfort is equivalent to control, we start to pay a hidden cost. The shrinking of our lives, our ideas, our courage. We are creatures of habit, and that instinct is not without purpose. Predictability calms the nervous system. Routine offers structure to the otherwise disordered stream of days. But somewhere along the way, we begin to build not just habits, but walls. We decline invitations not because we're busy, but because they disrupt the script. We resist change, not because it's bad, but because it requires energy we've long since reallocated to maintenance. We stay in relationships, jobs, identities, even thoughts, not out of love or passion or growth, but out of familiarity. And we call this stability. We tell ourselves we are being mature, responsible, practical. But maturity is not the absence of movement. Responsibility is not the same as resignation. And practicality, when wielded against risk, becomes a weapon against the self. Still, the illusion persists, because comfort feels good until it doesn't. Until the sameness begins to feel suffocating. Until the predictable starts to taste like ash. Until the very things we built to protect us now keep us from seeing what else we might become. There is a specific kind of psychological paralysis that arises in the modern world, not from fear of danger, but from fear of discomfort. We avoid difficult conversations because they might get messy. We scroll endlessly through curated content because it demands nothing of us. We take jobs that promise stability over meaning. We make choices not to maximize fulfillment, but to minimize regret. But regret has many faces, and one of its cruelest forms is realizing that nothing truly bad ever happened, and yet, somehow, you missed your life. Because comfort, left unexamined, doesn't just keep you safe. It keeps you small. It rewards passivity. It whispers that you are fine as you are, even when something deep inside is already wilting. And the longer we stay inside that illusion, the harder it becomes to see a world beyond it. We stop believing in our own resilience. We forget that discomfort is not the same as danger, that pain is not the same as harm. And so we resist not the things that hurt us, but the things that challenge us, the unfamiliar, the uncertain, the unexplored. And in doing so, we trade aliveness for predictability. Psychologists refer to this dynamic as the comfort zone, a state of minimal anxiety and low risk, where our skills match our environment. In this zone, we feel in control. We know what to expect. But growth does not live here. Meaning does not live here. Neither does transformation. All of those things dwell just outside the lines of familiarity, in the stretch, the stumble, the moment of vulnerability when you realize you don't quite know what you're doing, but you're doing it anyway. To live only within your comfort zone is to mistake stillness for peace. And to stay there too long is to invite a kind of death that has nothing to do with the body. A spiritual death. A death of wonder, of curiosity, of courage. And yet, the world often rewards this death. We are praised for consistency, promoted for compliance, admired for how seamlessly we adapt to the molds society gives us. Rarely does anyone interrupt your life to ask, is this what you really want? Instead, the world hands you templates. This is what success looks like. This is what love looks like. This is what being a good person looks like. And if you follow the instructions closely enough, you can go years, decades, even an entire lifetime without ever confronting the terrifying, beautiful truth that you were meant for something else. But templates are not tailored, and the soul has a shape that no system can anticipate. Eventually, if you are lucky, or perhaps unlucky, something cracks. A job ends, a relationship unravels, an illness interrupts the script, or maybe nothing happens at all. Maybe it's just a quiet Sunday morning and the weight of your own life presses down in a way you can no longer ignore. That is the moment the illusion begins to fracture. There's a term used in trauma therapy called the window of tolerance. It refers to the emotional zone in which a person can function without becoming overwhelmed. But outside of clinical settings, it serves as a powerful metaphor. Most of us build our lives within a narrow emotional window. We try to avoid pain, conflict, confusion, embarrassment. We construct routines that keep us within a psychological median. And we call that life. But living within such a narrow emotional spectrum is not living. It is managing. It is enduring. And at some point, the soul will rebel. It will begin to act out in ways you can't ignore. Restlessness, insomnia, chronic dissatisfaction, anxiety, with no name. Not because you are broken, but because you are resisting the pull towards something truer, something that cannot be accessed from within the cage of comfort. And that cage can be golden. It can be filled with success, wealth, recognition. You can be praised endlessly for your choices, envied even. And still, you can feel hollow. Because safety built on avoidance is not the same as safety built on wholeness. The former keeps you from falling. The latter teaches you how to rise. To grow, you must learn to tolerate discomfort. To move beyond the illusion, you must be willing to be seen. Not the curated, polished, filtered version of yourself, but the raw, uncertain, imperfect one. That is where real life begins, not with certainty, but with honesty. We live in a world obsessed with optimization. Make things easier, faster, more efficient. But there is no shortcut to a meaningful life. There is no algorithm that can substitute for courage. No hack that can replace the deep work of becoming who you truly are. And so many people die with their real life still inside them. Not because they lacked the opportunity, but because they clung too tightly to what was known. They mistook the absence of pain for the presence of joy. But joy is not passive. Joy is disruptive. It pulls you toward experiences that demand more of you. It asks you to risk, to try, to fail. And in doing so, it frees you, not from danger, but from the illusion that you need to be safe all the time. In the end, the safest thing you can do is grow. Not because growth protects you from pain, but because it teaches you how to survive it, how to carry yourself through it, how to trust that you are bigger than the fear that told you to stay small. The illusion of safety will always beckon, always offer the soft chair, the quiet room, the life that doesn't ask too much. But comfort is not where your story lives. It is only where your story hides, waiting for you to remember that you were never meant to be protected from life. You were meant to be changed by it. Surveillance and self-censorship, the silent watchers in our minds. We imagine surveillance as something external, cameras mounted on ceilings, satellites watching from the sky, software that tracks every keystroke. It's Orwellian, visible, imposed from the outside. But the most powerful form of surveillance doesn't come from a government or a corporation. It lives inside us. It's the voice that tells you to speak more carefully when others are around. The hesitation before posting something online. The tension in your stomach when your thoughts veer too far from what's acceptable. It's the internal mirror we hold to ourselves, shaped not by who we are, but by who we're supposed to be. And unlike a camera that can be unplugged, internal. Surveillance never sleeps. It doesn't just observe, it edits, it erases, it reshapes you before you even open your mouth. You don't need to be watched to feel watched. You only need to know that someone could be watching, and that possibility alone is enough to bend your behavior, to shrink your language, to rewrite your thoughts before they ever see the light of day. This is self-censorship, And it is one of the most effective tools of control ever developed, not by force, but by fear. It operates quietly, invisibly, beneath the surface of consciousness. No one has to threaten you. No one has to correct you. You do it yourself, and you do it so smoothly, so automatically, that you may not even realize it's happening. You begin with an opinion, a feeling, an impulse to express something true. But before it reaches your lips or your keyboard, a filter kicks in. Is this safe to say? Will people misunderstand? Will I offend someone? Will I be attacked, excluded, cancelled, punished? Better to say nothing. Better to smile, nod, and stay silent. And so we bite our tongues, soften our statements, translate passion into palatability. We become PR agents for our own minds, not out of dishonesty, but out of survival. At first glance, this seems like a reasonable adaptation. After all, society requires some self-regulation. We filter ourselves to avoid hurting others, to maintain civility, to keep peace. But there is a line between thoughtful discretion and the erasure of the self. And that line blurs fast when surveillance, real or imagined, becomes constant, because what begins as strategic restraint soon becomes habitual suppression. You stop saying what you think, then you stop thinking what you think, then you start believing something else entirely, not because it resonates, but because it's safer. And eventually you forget there was ever a difference. You forget that your inner life once sounded different than your outer one. And that forgetting is the point. That is how power maintains itself, not by silencing everyone, but by teaching everyone to silence themselves. We think of censorship as a muzzle placed by someone else, but self-censorship is a muzzle we design, build, and wear voluntarily. And we do it not just in authoritarian regimes or politically charged environments, but everywhere. In families where certain emotions are too much, in workplaces where disagreement is career suicide, in classrooms where questions are punished instead of answered, in relationships where honesty feels dangerous. Over time, we develop a sixth sense for what is allowed, what is admired, what is safe, and we mold ourselves accordingly. We become experts in camouflage, fluent in the dialects of social acceptability. But beneath that surface, something begins to rot. Because every time you swallow your truth, you make a trade. Peace on the outside, for dissonance on the inside. And the longer you keep making that trade, the harder it becomes to tell which version of you is real. This is the true cost of internal surveillance. It doesn't just limit your expression, it fragments your identity. You become split between the part of you that lives in public and the part that remains buried. And that buried part doesn't go quiet. It grows bitter, it festers, it finds other outlets: sarcasm, withdrawal, resentment, depression. You start to feel exhausted, not because your life is hard, but because pretending is. And the worst part is that you might not even know you're pretending. The performance has become muscle memory. The script has become second nature. And so you wake up one day with a life full of compromises you don't remember making, haunted by a quiet ache that you can't quite name. But if the watcher is inside you, then so is the key. Because self-surveillance only works if you believe the watcher's voice is more important than your own, that its judgment matters more than your freedom, that its standards are more valid than your instincts. What would happen if you stopped believing that? What would happen if, for just one moment, you said what you really think? Not to provoke, not to offend, but simply to exist in alignment with yourself. That single act of defiance, honest expression, is how the system cracks. Because internal control relies on your participation. Withdraw that, and the whole illusion begins to unravel. Still, breaking the habit of self-censorship isn't easy, especially now, in a world where your thoughts can be screenshotted, shared, and weaponized within seconds, where algorithms reward compliance and dissent is buried beneath digital noise, where nuance is devoured by outrage, and the pressure to perform is relentless. In such a world, silence can feel like safety, but it's a false safety, like locking yourself in a cage to avoid being hunted. The walls may keep you from being seen, but they also keep you from being free. And freedom, true freedom, requires risk. The risk of being misunderstood, the risk of being disliked, the risk of standing alone. But those risks are the price of authenticity. And authenticity is not optional. It is survival in the deepest sense. Because a life spent avoiding yourself is not a life. It's a sentence. There's an old metaphor in psychology called the panopticon, a prison designed so that inmates never know when they're being watched. The result? They behave as though they're always being watched. Over time, that belief becomes self-enforced. The guards no longer need to be present. The prisoners guard themselves. This is not just architecture. It's metaphor. We live in psychological panopticons, shaped by culture, upbringing, politics, media, and the bars of those prisons are not made of steel. They are made of expectations, made of shame, made of fear. But if you can name the bars, you can begin to bend them. You can begin to ask, who taught me that this thought was dangerous? Who benefits from my silence? What would I say if I weren't afraid? The answer to those questions is not easy. It may cost you relationships, opportunities, comfort, but what you gain in return is far greater. You gain integrity, you gain clarity, you gain the ability to recognize yourself in the mirror and feel a flicker of pride. Not because you were perfect, but because you were honest. Because you chose not to live under the shadow of imaginary eyes. Because you remembered that the only approval worth chasing is your own. So yes, surveillance is real. Yes, the world watches. But the more dangerous surveillance is the one you carry with you. The one that speaks in your own voice. The one that tells you to smile when you want to scream. To agree when you want to resist. To shrink when you were meant to take up space. That voice is not you. It is a chorus of ghosts, teachers, parents, critics, algorithms, systems. You do not owe them your silence. You owe yourself something louder. And the moment you choose to speak, not for applause, not for rebellion, but for truth, you begin the long, slow process of waking up, not just to your voice, but to your life. Fear-based leadership. How power uses panic. Power, at its purest, is neutral, neither good nor evil, neither savior nor oppressor. It is simply the ability to influence, to decide, to shape outcomes. But power rarely stays pure. Because where there is power, there is fear of losing it, of challenging it, of what it might do when threatened. And so power learns to protect itself, not with wisdom or compassion, but with control. And the easiest, most reliable tool of control is fear, not brute force, not violence, just fear. Quiet, steady, relentless fear. You don't need to imprison a population if you can convince them that freedom is dangerous. You don't need to silence dissent if you can frame it as a threat to safety. You don't need to ban ideas if you can flood the air with panic until people beg for protection, for rules, for someone to take their choices away. Fear-based leadership thrives on this cycle. It doesn't need truth, it only needs anxiety. Because when people are afraid, they stop thinking clearly. They stop questioning. They stop dreaming. They just want to feel safe. And in that moment of vulnerability, they become easy to guide. Not toward liberation, but toward obedience. It starts small. A speech, a headline, a rumor. Something that tugs at a primal part of you, the part wired for survival. The message doesn't need to be logical. It only needs to feel urgent. Be afraid, it says. Be alert. Be suspicious. And then it offers a solution, a policy, a law, a wall, a scapegoat. And suddenly, fear has structure. Panic has a path. And the people who once thought of themselves as independent begin to rally around the loudest voice that promises safety. Not because they are weak, but because fear is efficient. It short-circuits the mind. It makes the future feel too complex, too fragile, too dangerous to face alone. And so they look for someone, anyone, who claims to have answers. That's how fear-based leadership grows. Not in the shadows, but in plain sight, with applause, with votes, with devotion. This isn't just about governments. It happens in companies, in families, in schools, in movements. Any time authority is built, not on trust, but on threat, not on vision, but on control, you are seeing fear-based leadership at work. It hides behind charisma, but it is fueled by anxiety. It creates crisis where there is none. It exaggerates threats. It manufactures enemies. It tells you that questioning is betrayal, that loyalty is safety, that us versus them is the only story that matters. And at first, it feels like clarity. The world becomes simple. You know who the bad guys are. You know who to follow. But soon, the simplicity becomes suffocating. Complexity is punished. Nuance is erased. And fear becomes not just a tactic, but a religion. This strategy works because fear is visceral. It lives in the body, not the mind. You feel it before you understand it. And in that state of emotional urgency, we surrender reason. We confuse authority with wisdom. We trade freedom for order. And most tragically, we begin to mistake silence for peace. Fear-based leadership doesn't need to ban books if people are too afraid to read them. It doesn't need to ban speech if people censor themselves. It doesn't need to outlaw compassion if it can convince you that empathy is weakness. Over time, fear rewires the culture. It becomes the default language, and those who benefit from it will always find new ways to justify its use. But no one rules through fear forever without consequences. Fear is corrosive. It doesn't just damage the people who are controlled by it. It damages the one who wields it. Because to lead by fear is to constantly manage panic, to manipulate perception, to escalate threats until no other tool works. It becomes a cycle with no off switch. And as fear intensifies, trust dies, relationships die, communities fracture, people become isolated, defensive, hostile, and eventually the system collapses, not from rebellion, but from exhaustion. Because people can only live in a state of alert for so long before they start to break down, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Yet even then, the architecture of fear remains. It lingers in institutions, in laws, in habits. It teaches people not just how to obey, but how to internalize authority, how to doubt themselves, how to turn suspicion inward. And that is the final stage of fear-based leadership. Not when you fear others, but when you fear your own voice, when you fear what you might say if you stop pretending, when you fear what you might become if you were free. That is the ultimate triumph of panic as a political tool. It colonizes the self. But there is another way to lead. Leadership can emerge from presence, not panic, from clarity, not control, from courage, not crisis. Real leadership doesn't require enemies to define itself. It doesn't need to terrify you into submission. It invites you into responsibility. It gives you space to grow. It asks hard questions instead of offering easy answers. And most importantly, it trusts that people can handle the truth, even when the truth is uncertain, complex, or uncomfortable. Fear-based leadership assumes that people are fragile. But the best leaders know that people are resilient. That fear is not our natural state. Dignity is. Still, we must be vigilant, because fear-based power doesn't always announce itself. It can smile, it can flatter, it can offer hope, even as it builds walls. And we, desperate for security, may not notice until the doors begin to close. So we must pay attention, not just to what leaders say, but to how they make us feel. Are we more open after hearing them, or more afraid? Are we kinder to each other afterward, or more suspicious? Do we feel stronger, or smaller? That is the measure. That is the test. Because fear will always be with us, but how we respond to it, how we allow it to shape our decisions, our systems, ourselves, is the difference between being led and being used. And the truth is, most of us have more power than we think. Not to overthrow empires, perhaps, but to resist the ways in which fear is used to narrow our vision, to harden our hearts, to turn us against one another. Every time you choose curiosity over panic, dialogue over division, patience over punishment, you are undoing a piece of the machine. You are reminding the world, quietly but undeniably, that not all leadership needs fear to function. that some voices are loud not because they terrify, but because they tell the truth. And some followers are loyal not because they're afraid, but because they've been seen. Political fear cycles, how governments manufacture crises. Power rarely thrives in peace, not the kind of power that demands loyalty, that feeds on obedience, that holds itself in place not by merit, but by necessity. That kind of power needs tension, it needs noise, it needs shadows large enough to make people afraid of the dark. Because when the world feels unstable, when the future feels chaotic, people stop asking questions. They stop resisting. They stop dreaming. All they want is a steady hand, a clear voice, something, anything, that tells them what to do. And those who understand this dynamic, those who sit at the crossroads of fear and authority, have long known how to exploit it, not by responding to crises, but by manufacturing them, by creating cycles of anxiety that never quite resolve, waves of panic that crash just often enough to keep everyone alert, reactive, uncertain. Political fear cycles are not accidents of history. They are patterns, designs, blueprints for control. And once you see them, you begin to understand why peace is so rare and why it always seems to arrive with strings attached. It starts often with a problem, real or imagined, urgent or distant, something that disrupts the status quo just enough to feel threatening. A spike in crime, a health scare, an immigration surge, a foreign enemy, a moral panic. It doesn't have to be catastrophic. It just has to be disruptive. The headlines swell. The rhetoric sharpens. The language shifts from complexity to simplicity. We're under attack. They're coming for us. Everything is at risk. And then, just when the tension peaks, a solution is offered. More surveillance, more laws, more policing, more funding for those already in power, more division between us and them. And the public, scared and overwhelmed, accepts it, not because they're ignorant, but because they're tired, because they want to believe someone knows what to do, because the illusion of safety is often more comforting than the reality of freedom. But the crisis doesn't end. Not really. It mutates, evolves. If the enemy was abroad, now it's at home. If it was moral, now it's economic. If it was economic, now it's existential. The details change, but the feeling remains. Something is wrong. Something is coming. Something must be done. And each new cycle reinforces the architecture of control. Civil liberties shrink. Budgets bloat. Dissent is framed as betrayal. Citizens begin to police each other. The line between patriotism and paranoia disappears. And the system, once justified as temporary, becomes permanent. That's the genius of manufactured crisis. It justifies itself endlessly. It is the fire that feeds its own smoke, and those who benefit from it can always find a new spark. These cycles aren't just theoretical. History is full of them. The Red Scare, the war on drugs, the war on terror, each one born from a kernel of truth, inflated into a balloon of fear, weaponized into a system of control, and each one, in its own way, reshaped the landscape of rights, identity, and belonging. But you don't need to look to the past to see it. It happens now, in subtle ways, in sensational headlines, in algorithms that amplify outrage, in the normalization of emergency language, in the gradual, almost invisible drift from informed citizenship to reactive consumption. We don't read the news anymore. We brace for it. We don't engage with issues. We panic over them. And in that state of chronic adrenaline, we become pliable, not because we are weak, but because the human brain, when afraid, simplifies. It searches for enemies, for certainties, for saviors. And the political machinery that understands this has no incentive to calm us down, and so we live in a culture of permanent crisis. Not because the world is collapsing, but because collapse is profitable. Because fear sells. Fear mobilizes. Fear unites, but only in opposition. And the cost of that unification is always curiosity, always compassion, always nuance. Manufactured. Crises don't leave space for subtlety. They don't encourage discussion. They demand allegiance. Choose a side. Stay informed, but not too informed. Speak up, but not too freely. React now. There's no time to think. And when you live like this long enough, You stop noticing the absurdity of it. You stop wondering why the alarm is always ringing. You forget what silence sounds like. But every fear cycle has an expiry date. Not because it ends, but because people burn out. The adrenaline wears thin. The noise starts to feel like static. And in that moment, there is an opportunity, a sliver of space in which to ask, who is benefiting from this fear? Who profits when I panic? Who gains when I stop asking questions? And more importantly, what happens if I stop playing along? What happens if I refuse to let fear dictate the rhythm of my days? That refusal is not easy. It doesn't come with applause. It may be mistaken for indifference, for weakness, for naivety. But in reality, it is resistance. It is the quiet rebellion of a mind that remembers how to think, of a soul that remembers how to breathe. And breathing in an age of engineered panic is an act of political courage, because it means you are choosing presence over reaction. It means you are choosing to engage with the world not as it's presented to you, but as it actually is, messy, complex, unresolved. It means you are reclaiming your ability to decide what matters, what's real, what's urgent, and that reclamation is contagious. Because when one person stops reacting, others begin to wonder why they're still afraid. And when enough people ask that question, the cycle begins to crack. This doesn't mean ignoring real problems. It means resisting their distortion. It means refusing to accept fear as the default emotional setting of civic life. It means demanding leaders who offer more than outrage, more than enemies, more than emergency. It means building systems that don't rely on crisis to function. That can hold space for uncertainty without collapsing into chaos. And it means remembering, again and again, that panic is not a plan. It is a symptom. And when a society treats panic as strategy, it loses something more precious than stability. It loses its soul. Because beneath all of this, beneath the rhetoric and the headlines and the cycles, there is a simple truth. People want to live. Not just survive, but live. They want meaning, connection, purpose. They want to feel safe, but not at the cost of their voice. They want to feel proud, but not at the expense of their conscience. And when they are no longer afraid, when they are no longer manipulated by the endless drumbeat of danger, they begin to remember what power actually is. Not something granted by the state, not something inherited by the elite, but something that lives in every person who remembers how to choose, not out of fear, but out of clarity. And clarity in a world addicted to chaos is the most revolutionary thing there is. The weaponization of uncertainty. Uncertainty is supposed to be a natural part of life. It's the space between what we know and what we don't, the stretch of fog between cause and effect, the place where possibility lives. We encounter it in nearly every decision, every relationship, every belief. And most of the time, we accept its presence, however reluctantly. We plan, we guess, we adjust. But there are moments, personal, political, collective, when uncertainty becomes something else entirely. Not just a feature of life, but a weapon. Not just confusion, but chaos. Because uncertainty, when amplified and manipulated, does something remarkable to the human mind. It disables our ability to discern, to prioritize, to decide. It overwhelms the senses and paralyzes the will. And for those who understand how this works, for those who sit in rooms where power is measured not in truth, but in reaction, uncertainty becomes a tool more powerful than fear itself. Not the scream of crisis, but the hum of doubt. Not terror, but disorientation. The goal is not to terrify you. It's to exhaust you, to blur your lines of certainty so thoroughly that you stop trusting your instincts altogether. So you defer, you disengage, you give in. It happens slowly, and that's what makes it effective. Not with a lie, but with too many versions of the truth. Not with silence, but with too much noise. One day, you're sure of what you believe. You know where you stand, but then the contradictions begin. One source says this, another says that. One leader blames the other. One moment you're told to act, the next you're told to wait. What was urgent yesterday is irrelevant today. The rules shift, the language changes, and somewhere between the headlines and the hashtags, the anchors start to come loose. What's true? What's fake? What matters? You try to keep up, to stay informed, but the stream never stops. And eventually, you stop asking questions. Not because you have the answers, but because the questions have become unbearable. That's the turning point. That's when uncertainty has done its work. When you begin to prefer ignorance over awareness. When you long for someone, anyone, to step in and make it all simple again. That longing is not weakness. It's a human reflex. The brain craves predictability. It wants cause and effect. It wants patterns. And when those patterns are scrambled, when you can no longer trace a straight line from action to outcome, you begin to doubt not just the world, but yourself. That doubt is the entry point. It seeps into everything. Should you speak up or stay silent? Should you trust your memory, your values, your gut? Should you keep going or give up? The more uncertain you become, the smaller your circle of action grows. You begin to narrow your life, to retreat to what's known, to seek refuge in whatever offers certainty, even if it's false, especially if it's false. Because false certainty is better than none at all, and those who peddle it know this. That's why uncertainty is such an effective weapon. It doesn't require coercion. It works through fatigue. It disorients rather than directs. And in that disorientation, people become docile, not because they're controlled, but because they're confused. And confusion, stretched long enough, becomes apathy. Not the apathy of indifference, but of overload. Apathy as a form of defense. You stop paying attention because paying attention feels dangerous. You stop caring because caring burns you out. And into that vacuum steps the voice that sounds the clearest, the strongest, the most confident. The voice that offers certainty, even if it comes at a cost. Even if it means giving up your autonomy. Because clarity, in the midst of uncertainty, feels like truth, even when it isn't. This is not hypothetical. It's not abstract. It's happening now, everywhere, in every arena of life. In politics, where leaders contradict themselves and blame the contradictions on the other side. In media, where every story has a counter-narrative and every fact is wrapped in opinion. In science, where changing data is weaponized as inconsistency instead of being understood as progress. In culture, where moral standards shift faster than language can catch up. In personal relationships, where ambiguity is mistaken for complexity and clarity becomes a threat. The result is a collective state of psychological vertigo. We are spinning, trying to find north, and every compass we hold seems rigged. And so we turn to what's familiar, to ideology, to tribe, to whatever tells us that at least this part of the world makes sense. But the problem with weaponized uncertainty is that it doesn't stop with ideas. It invades identity. It makes you question your worth, your voice, your sense of self. It erodes your ability to stand firm because nothing beneath you feels solid. And in that erosion, something dangerous grows. The hunger for authority. Not wise leadership, but certainty at any cost. We stop asking for insight and we start asking for orders. We start craving the strong hand, the simple slogan, the clear villain, and we begin to call that strength. But real strength, real clarity, doesn't come from silencing the noise. It comes from learning how to listen through it. And that is the quiet rebellion in a world built on disorientation. To listen well, to pause before reacting, to hold your ground without closing your mind, to admit uncertainty without collapsing into helplessness, to ask questions not for the comfort of answers, but for the integrity of the asking. This is not easy, it's not glamorous, but it's the only way to stay human in a system that profits from your confusion, because confusion is profitable. It keeps you consuming, it keeps you dependent, it keeps you scrolling, buying, voting, reacting, not with intention, but with impulse. And the moment you stop, truly stop, you begin to see the machinery behind the chaos. You begin to notice how every fear is amplified, how every contradiction is framed as failure, how every piece of information is coated with urgency. And in that noticing, you begin to reclaim something that was never meant to be taken: your discernment. Discernment is not the same as certainty. It is not arrogance, nor detachment. It is the ability to see clearly without needing the world to be simple. It is the courage to hold two conflicting truths in your mind and resist the impulse to choose one just to feel better. It is the skill of moving through ambiguity without becoming it. And it is perhaps the most radical act you can take in a culture designed to keep you spinning. Because it means you are willing to feel lost, to stay open, to keep thinking. And that means you cannot be easily led. In the end, uncertainty is not the enemy. It is part of being alive. But when others use it to manipulate, to distract, to divide, then it becomes something else. Then it becomes a fog you were never meant to walk through alone. And the way out of that fog is not rage. It is not withdrawal. It is not blind faith in the next loud voice. It is presence, stillness. The ability to say, I don't know, and that's okay. I don't have all the answers, but I am still here. I am still paying attention. And that is how you take your power back. Not by escaping the uncertainty, but by refusing to let it be used against you. Because you are not lost. The world is simply loud, and you are still allowed to think. Mass hysteria and collective panic. There is something unsettling about the moment when fear stops being personal and becomes contagious. When it spreads not through logic or contact, but through atmosphere, like smoke filling a room, invisible at first, then suffocating. One person panics, then another, until the room forgets how to breathe. This is the essence of mass hysteria and collective panic, a phenomenon that has followed humanity for centuries, shape-shifting with every era, but always wearing the same mask. The collapse of reason in favor of survival, not because there is a clear danger, but because the people around you believe there is. And belief, when shared and repeated often enough, starts to feel like truth. That's what makes collective fear so powerful. You don't need evidence, you just need witnesses. And the more of them there are, the harder it becomes to resist the current pulling you in. Even if part of you doubts the narrative, even if your instincts whisper that something doesn't add up. The weight of collective belief is heavy, it's seductive. And before long, you find yourself thinking not, is this real? But what if everyone else is right and I'm the one who's blind? Mass hysteria is not about weak minds. It's about strong instincts. It arises when uncertainty combines with emotion, when the threat feels close but undefined, when people begin to look at one another for clues, because the world itself has stopped making sense. And once that loop begins, when people react not to danger but to each other's reactions, the spiral becomes self-sustaining. Panic becomes performance, emotion becomes echo, and the fear multiplies. What began as a whisper becomes a chorus, and soon no one can hear themselves think over the roar. We've seen this play out throughout history. The dancing plagues of medieval Europe, where people moved compulsively until collapse. The Salem witch trials, where accusation became its own evidence. The Cold War Red Scares, where suspicion turned neighbor against neighbor. The school outbreaks where students fainted or convulsed en masse despite no biological cause. Each event, unique in its details, is bound by the same psychological architecture, an invisible signal passed from body to body, mind to mind, until the group believes it as one organism. And in those moments, the individual is lost. Modern versions of this phenomenon are quieter, but no less powerful. A single tweet spirals into global outrage. A rumor of scarcity empties shelves. A viral video sparks nationwide unrest. In digital spaces, hysteria travels faster than ever. No need for proximity, no need for touch. Just visibility. Just enough. Repetition, enough engagement, enough emotional charge. Algorithms, built to prioritize what keeps us scrolling, feed panic like oxygen feeds fire. And the result is a kind of mass delusion, not because the people involved are irrational, but because the system they're operating in rewards reactivity over reflection. What spreads is not information, it's urgency, not truth, but intensity. And in that landscape, panic becomes more than an emotion. It becomes a product. But mass hysteria is not always loud. Sometimes it looks like silence, like a city holding its breath, like a population obeying without protest, not because they're sure it's right, but because they're sure it's safer. This too is collective panic, the kind that doesn't explode, but implodes, the kind that teaches people to smile while scanning the room for danger, to nod while secretly wondering what happens if they speak up, to go along not because they believe, but because they've learned that disbelief is dangerous. This is the hysteria of conformity, the kind that doesn't need chaos to thrive, just consensus. Just enough people playing the role long enough for it to become the new reality. And here is the most terrifying part. In the middle of mass hysteria, it feels like sanity. It feels like awareness. The people outside the panic are the ones who seem delusional, indifferent, suspicious. You begin to trust the group more than your own memory, more than your own eyes. You begin to edit yourself in real time, adjusting your reactions to match the dominant energy. And you feel safer that way, less alone, more protected. That's the paradox. Panic feels like connection. Hysteria feels like unity. And the longer it lasts, the more difficult it becomes to extract yourself, because extracting yourself feels like betrayal, like exile. To say, I don't believe this, in the middle of a crowd that clearly does take more than skepticism, it takes courage. And when fear is the currency, courage becomes an unaffordable luxury. But some people do break the spell. Not because they're immune to fear, but because they notice something small, a crack in the narrative, a detail that doesn't line up, a question that won't go away. And that question becomes an anchor. It holds them to themselves as the current swirls. These are not heroes or revolutionaries. They are ordinary people who remember how to pause, who remember how to ask, "Is this mine?" before joining the chorus. And that pause, quiet, invisible, deeply internal, is what interrupts the loop. Not always dramatically, not always publicly, but enough to plant a seed. Because when one person resists the pull, it gives others permission to wonder if they can too. Mass hysteria, in this sense, is not just a psychological event. It is a relational one. It teaches us about the power of proximity, of emotion, of shared language. It shows us how fragile certainty is when we're alone, and how easy it is to outsource our sense of reality to the nearest crowd. But it also shows us something else, something vital. That reason, however faint, can survive even the loudest panic. That self-trust, even when it wavers, can be remembered. And that truth, even buried under 1,000 voices, still has weight. The antidote to collective panic is not apathy, it's awareness. It's the decision to stay present when your instincts are screaming to run, to join, to react. It's the decision to breathe when everyone else is holding their breath. It's the ability to recognize the signs, the tightening of language, the rush to certainty, the exclusion of dissent, and to name them not with accusation, but with curiosity. Because curiosity is stabilizing. It doesn't deny fear, but it prevents fear from becoming God. It holds space for questions. And questions, asked gently, asked persistently, are how hysteria ends. Not with a bang, but with a whisper. Wait, what if there's more to this? And when enough people whisper that at once, the spell begins to break. Why we obey, the Milgram experiment and beyond. Obedience is one of those words we rarely stop to question. It sounds orderly, safe, civilized. It's how children behave in school, how laws are followed, how society keeps from unraveling. We reward it, expect it, even revere it in certain contexts, military ranks, courtroom proceedings, religious devotion. And yet, buried inside this quiet virtue is a darker truth, that obedience, when detached from conscience, becomes something else entirely. Not a sign of discipline, but of surrender. Not a tool of cooperation, but of control. And when people obey, not out of agreement, but out of habit, fear, or conditioning, what you get is not harmony. What you get is complicity. This isn't a theoretical problem, it's a psychological one. Because human beings, for all our intelligence and individuality, have an astonishing capacity to do what we're told, even when it violates our values, even when it harms others, even when a part of us knows it's wrong. And perhaps the most disturbing part of all is how ordinary it feels when we do it, how normal, how justified. In the early 1960s, a psychologist named Stanley Milgram set out to explore this dynamic, to answer a question that haunted the post-war world. How could so many seemingly decent people participate in atrocities? The Holocaust had revealed not just the depths of cruelty, but the banality of it. The way bureaucrats, doctors, guards, everyday citizens followed orders that led to unimaginable suffering. Milgram didn't believe these people were monsters. He suspected they were just obedient. So he designed an experiment. Participants were told they were taking part in a study on learning and memory. They were assigned the role of teacher, while another person, supposedly another participant, but actually an actor, was the learner. The teacher's job was simple: administer an electric shock every time the learner gave a wrong answer. The shocks increased in intensity with each mistake, starting mild and ending at a level marked XXX, dangerous. As the shocks escalated, the learner, hidden behind a wall, began to protest. First mild discomfort, then pain, then screams, then silence. But the authority figure, the experimenter in a lab coat, stood by and calmly instructed the teacher to continue. No threats, no bribes, just quiet, firm commands. Please continue. The experiment requires that you go on. And most of them did. Over 65% of participants delivered what they believed were lethal shocks. They showed signs of distress, sweating, shaking, stammering, but they kept going. Because someone in authority told them to. Because they believed they weren't personally responsible. Because the structure of the situation implied that everything was under control. Because the room, the lab coat, the protocol, it all felt official, legitimate, safe. What Milgram revealed wasn't how cruel people are. It was how deeply we are conditioned to obey, how authority short-circuits morality, how ordinary people, when placed in extraordinary systems, will often choose to follow rather than resist, even when resistance would be the moral choice. And the implications of that are staggering, because it means that evil doesn't always require malice. Sometimes it just needs order, a system, a script, a voice of calm reassurance saying, "It's not your fault, you're just doing your job." And when enough people believe that, anything becomes possible. But obedience isn't just about experiments or historical horrors. It happens every day, in ways both large and small. An employee enforces a policy they don't believe in. A citizen supports a law they know will harm others. A friend stays silent in the face of injustice because speaking up feels risky. A family member repeats a narrative they privately doubt just to keep the peace. Each act is minor on its own, but multiplied across millions of moments, they form the invisible backbone of systemic harm. Not because people are evil, but because people are afraid. Afraid of punishment, afraid of standing alone, afraid of what it means to disobey. And so they obey, and obey, and obey, until they forget there was ever another option. This is not a failure of character. It's a feature of social design. From childhood, we are taught that obedience is good, that following rules makes you safe, makes you lovable, makes you belong. We are rarely taught how to question authority respectfully. We are almost never taught how to say no when saying no is dangerous. And by the time we're adults, the muscles of obedience are so well developed that disobedience feels unnatural, selfish, rude, rebellious. But sometimes, rebellion is the only moral act. And learning how to disobey, wisely, deliberately, with full awareness, is one of the most important skills a person can have. Because authority is not always wise. Leaders are not always right. Systems are not always just. And when we equate obedience with goodness, we create societies where people can be manipulated, not by force, but by guilt, by the fear of being labeled difficult, ungrateful, disloyal. And that fear is often enough to keep people in line, even when their conscience is screaming, even when history will look back and ask, Why didn't more people say something? So how do we resist this? Not by becoming contrarians or anarchists, but by cultivating discernment, by teaching ourselves to pause when authority speaks, to ask, who benefits if I obey? Who is harmed if I don't? What values am I upholding by going along? And what values am I betraying? These are not comfortable questions, but they are necessary because the world does not need more blind obedience. It needs moral courage. It needs people who are willing to say, I understand the rule, but I cannot in good conscience follow it. People who are willing to endure discomfort, conflict, even punishment, not out of ego, but out of integrity. And integrity, in a world that rewards compliance, is an act of quiet rebellion. It doesn't shout. It doesn't always win, but it remembers. It remembers that following orders is not the same as doing what's right, that being agreeable is not the same as being good, that sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one who never questions. And the safest future is one built by those who dare to ask, what happens if we don't? So the next time you feel the pressure to obey, to nod along, to fall in line, to silence your doubt, pause, not to disobey reflexively, but to remember that obedience is a choice, and choices carry consequences. If you wouldn't make a decision on your own, don't let authority make it for you. If something feels wrong, listen. If everyone around you agrees too quickly, wonder why. Because the voice in your head that asks hard questions is not disloyal, it's alive. And staying alive, morally, emotionally, spiritually, in systems that prefer obedience, is the bravest thing you can do. You don't have to be loud. You just have to be awake. And sometimes being awake is enough to change everything. Groupthink and the fear of standing out. There's a strange comfort in agreement. When the people around you nod, echo your thoughts, or finish your sentences, it creates a sense of belonging that feels like safety. Agreement offers a soothing kind of harmony, one that calms the chaos of uncertainty. It quiets the noise of doubt in your head and wraps you in the warmth of shared understanding. You feel seen, you feel affirmed, you feel like part of something larger than yourself. And in a world where so much is unpredictable, where anxiety often lurks beneath the surface of daily life, that comfort can feel essential, like shelter in a storm. But comfort can be deceptive. It can make silence seem virtuous and conformity feel like wisdom. The more we rely on agreement for our emotional security, the more dangerous its influence becomes. Because when the desire to belong starts to outweigh the desire to think critically, when fitting in becomes more important than seeking truth, we start to lose ourselves. The moment we begin to suppress what we know in order to protect what we're part of, we enter dangerous territory, not just personally, but collectively. That's when agreement stops being a sign of unity and starts becoming a symptom of groupthink. Groupthink is not simply the result of flawed logic or poor decision-making. It's rooted in something much deeper, the emotional gravity of belonging. It's the way our sense of self becomes entangled with how others perceive us. It's the quiet urge to mirror the group, to match its tone, to erase the edges of our individuality for the sake of inclusion. You've likely felt it before. Sitting in a meeting, a classroom, a conversation, when someone says something that doesn't sit right with you. Not a small difference, but a deep misalignment. Your body reacts, shoulders tense, your breath shortens, but still, you say nothing. You glance around and see nods, smiles, casual agreement, and that's when it hits you. Not just the disagreement, but the isolation of holding it alone. Something inside whispers, don't say it, don't ruin the mood, don't be that person. And so, you stay silent. But that silence isn't neutral. It sends a message, even if you didn't mean to, that everyone agrees. That dissent has no place here, that the risk of tension outweighs the value of truth. The illusion of harmony grows stronger, not because it's real, but because no one dares to disrupt it. And with each unspoken objection, the collective confidence deepens. Not because it's earned, but because it's unchallenged. This is how groupthink works, not through threats or commands, but through the subtle architecture of social pressure. It thrives on expectation, on the shared assumption that we're all aligned. It doesn't require censorship. It requires internal self-censorship, the quiet voice that edits your thoughts before you speak, that convinces you to smile and nod even when your instincts scream otherwise. Over time, that voice gets stronger, louder, until the line between what you believe and what you say becomes blurry, until doubt is replaced not by clarity, but by compliance. Ironically, the environments most vulnerable to groupthink are often the ones that pride themselves on critical thinking, creativity, or openness. They say they value questioning and diversity of thought, but the moment someone actually pushes back, the mask slips. Suddenly, that person is labeled difficult, negative, disruptive. Even when they're right, especially when they're right, they become a threat to the group's cohesion. Because truth is rarely convenient, it forces reconsideration, it disrupts flow. And many would rather preserve the illusion of certainty than face the discomfort of being wrong. But the cost of that comfort is steep. Groupthink doesn't just muffle individuals, it distorts entire systems. Decisions go untested, risks are overlooked, critical warnings are dismissed, and when consequences eventually surface, they're treated like surprises, unforeseen, inexplicable. But they were there all along, hiding in plain sight, in the questions no one asked, in the silence that followed every meeting, in the instincts people ignored to avoid being the outlier. What makes groupthink so insidious is its disguise. It doesn't look like fear, it looks like unity. It sounds like agreement, it feels like progress. But beneath the surface is paralysis, a system that cannot course correct because it has silenced the very people who might have steered it differently. And this silence is fueled by something ancient and deeply human, the fear of standing out. That fear lives in all of us. It's in the skipped beat before you raise your hand, in the breath you hold back in a heated discussion, in the moment you rewrite a message, making it less honest and more acceptable. We evolved to survive in groups, and for most of human history, rejection meant danger. That instinct hasn't left us. We still feel it in our bones. And in modern spaces, workplaces, social circles, online communities, it expresses itself as hesitation, caution, or withdrawal. Not because our ideas are flawed, but because the stakes feel high, too high to risk exclusion. But over time, that caution becomes habit. You smile when you don't agree. You nod when you don't believe. You adapt your words to fit the group's mood. And slowly, you become unrecognizable to yourself. You start to forget what your voice even sounded like before you began editing it for others. And what's worse, you begin to assume that everyone else truly agrees, when in fact, many are just as scared as you are. The group becomes a hall of mirrors, no one daring to speak, everyone reflecting back the silence. And yet there is always a choice, a sliver of a moment, a flicker of awareness when you realize your thoughts don't align with the crowd. That's the moment to watch for, not because it's easy, but because it's real. You can stay quiet, you can blend in, or you can speak, carefully, respectfully, truthfully. Maybe you won't change the room, maybe they won't agree, but you'll remember what it's like to honor your own mind, to stay visible when you're tempted to disappear. This isn't about confrontation, it's about presence. It's about reclaiming your ability to think freely, even in spaces where that freedom feels unwelcome. The smallest act of truth, asking a hard question, suggesting an alternative, admitting uncertainty, can disrupt the trance of groupthink. It signals that it's okay to think differently, that conformity isn't the only path to belonging, and in doing so, it invites others to do the same. Because courage is contagious, and so is honesty. We don't need everyone to speak up at once. We just need one person to go first, one person to show what respectful dissent looks like, what it sounds like to disagree without demeaning, to be firm without being forceful. That kind of leadership doesn't need a title. It needs awareness and intention and the willingness to risk discomfort in exchange for clarity. So the next time you feel that quiet pressure, the pull to comply, the fear of rocking the boat, pause. Ask yourself, is my silence serving the group or just protecting me? Is what I want to say grounded in truth? Could it bring value? And if the answer is yes, then speak. Not to disrupt, not to provoke, but to stay whole, to stay awake. To remember that integrity isn't loud, but it is steady. And that refusing to vanish in the face of pressure is not arrogance, it's alignment. Because in a world that rewards agreement, choosing to stay honest, gently, consistently, is not just a choice, it's a quiet revolution. The paradox of control: the more we try, the less we have. Control is one of those quiet obsessions that hides beneath the surface of everyday life. It disguises itself as order, responsibility, ambition, caution. We plan our days, manage our diets, monitor our relationships, edit our emotions, correct our speech, and curate our identities, all under the noble banner of staying in control. It gives us a sense of power in an unpredictable world, a small patch of ground we can call our own. We cling to it because uncertainty feels like a threat, and control feels like a shield. But over time, what begins as a tool becomes a cage. Because the more tightly we grip our lives, the more brittle they become. The more we try to perfect the world, the more intolerant we grow of its messiness. And eventually, we find ourselves trapped not by chaos, but by our resistance to it. That's the paradox of control. The harder we chase it, the more control begins to control us. At the root of this paradox is a psychological truth. Our need for control stems from our discomfort with vulnerability. We fear being helpless, exposed, at the mercy of forces we can't predict or manage. So we construct routines, boundaries, systems. We micromanage not just tasks, but people. We anticipate disappointment before it happens. We rehearse conversations in our heads. We obsess over outcomes. We call it preparation. We call it being responsible. But underneath all the language is one simple truth: we're scared. And control becomes our coping mechanism. It makes the world feel smaller, more manageable. It gives us the illusion that if we just try hard enough, think far enough ahead, protect ourselves well enough, we can outmaneuver pain. That if we stay vigilant, we can stay safe. But life doesn't work that way. It never has. You can follow all the rules, do everything right, and still be blindsided. Still get hurt. Still fail. Still lose something you love. Control doesn't prevent these things. It just delays our reckoning with them. And the longer we delay, the more disconnected we become. From others, from ourselves, from the present moment. Because when you're focused on managing every variable, there's no room left for wonder, for spontaneity, for actual living. You don't experience the moment, you manage it. You don't connect with people, you supervise them. You don't feel your emotions, you analyze them. And over time, control stops being a shield. It becomes a filter, one that distorts everything it touches. This isn't just philosophical, it's physiological. Our nervous systems are designed to scan for threat and respond accordingly. But when we're constantly in control mode, we keep our systems in a low-grade state of hyperarousal. We become rigid, reactive, exhausted. We interpret ambiguity as danger. We mistake uncertainty for failure. And in that state, we lose our capacity for adaptability, for resilience. Because control doesn't teach us how to cope. It teaches us how to avoid. It tells us that discomfort is dangerous, that every outcome must be optimized, that anything less than perfection is unacceptable. And so we become intolerant of failure, of change, of even the mildest forms of chaos. We begin to equate control with safety, when in fact, it's our inability to release control that puts us at risk. And yet, surrender feels like a betrayal of ourselves, of our goals, of our sense of competence. Letting go is framed as laziness, as irresponsibility, as giving up, but it's not. Letting go is an act of profound trust, not in the world, but in your ability to navigate it. It's a recognition that life is not a project to be completed, but an experience to be felt. That control is not the same as stability. That freedom doesn't come from managing every detail. It comes from accepting that not all details can be managed. Surrender is not passivity, it's presence. It's the willingness to be with what is, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it doesn't make sense, even when it breaks your heart. The paradox deepens when we try to control not just the external world, but the internal one, our thoughts, our feelings, our fears. We tell ourselves to calm down, to stay positive, to move on. We judge our own emotions. We fight our anxiety with more anxiety. We try to think our way out of grief, to schedule our way out of burnout, to rationalize our way out of heartbreak. But emotions are not problems to be solved, they're signals. And when we treat them as threats, we deny ourselves the very information we need to heal. The attempt to control our inner world often leads to the opposite of what we want. Instead of peace, we get suppression. Instead of clarity, confusion. Instead of strength, fragility. Because repression is not resolution, it's just control in disguise. And the more we internalize this need for control, the more isolated we become. We stop asking for help. We fear being seen as weak. We confuse independence with self-containment. But no one is meant to hold it all alone. Control tells us we should, that if we were stronger, smarter, more capable, we wouldn't need anyone, that if we were just better, we could keep it all together. But that's a lie. A lie sold to us by cultures that worship self-sufficiency and shame vulnerability. The truth is, the most resilient people are not those who control the most. They're the ones who know when to let go, when to delegate, when to cry, when to rest, when to say, I don't know, when to say, I need you. Because true strength is flexible, true wisdom is humble, and true peace comes not from dominance, but from relationship with yourself, with others, with the mystery of life. The paradox of control asks us to consider a different approach, not one of chaos, but of surrender, of choosing to engage with the world not as its manager, but as its participant. It invites us to replace perfection with presence, to swap strategy for trust, to stop rehearsing life and start living it. And this doesn't mean we abandon plans, boundaries, structure. Those things matter, but they must serve life, not contain it. When structure becomes the goal, it suffocates. When it becomes the support for flow, it liberates. So ask yourself, gently, what am I trying to control right now? What would happen if I didn't? What might I discover if I release just a little bit of the grip? These questions are not easy, but they are portals to a different kind of existence. One in which you are not fighting the current, but swimming in it. One in which you can rest. Not because everything is under control, but because you are no longer trying to control everything. And in that rest, something extraordinary happens. Life returns, not the perfect, polished version, but the real one, full of mess and beauty and uncertainty. And that life, the one you didn't micromanage, the one that surprised you, hurt you, moved you, is the one that grows you, that teaches you, that heals you. Because what we really want isn't control, it's connection, it's meaning, it's aliveness. And those things don't come from tightening our grip. They come from opening our hands. Fear as a tool in propaganda and media. Fear is persuasive, more persuasive than reason, more immediate than logic. It bypasses the slow deliberation of thought and dives directly into the nervous system. It doesn't ask you to consider, it commands you to react. And in that split second of emotional hijacking, something else happens. Control transfers. Not violently, not obviously, but subtly, effectively. Your attention is taken. Your choices are narrowed. Your perception is skewed, and the story you begin to follow is no longer your own. It's been written for you. That is the power of fear. And nowhere is that power more deliberately engineered than in the realms of propaganda and media. At its core, propaganda is about influence. It is not simply falsehood, it is targeted persuasion with a purpose. And while we often imagine it as a relic of history, state posters, wartime slogans, authoritarian broadcasts, the truth is far more insidious. Propaganda is alive and well. It wears new clothes. It speaks with polished voices. It appears in headlines, tweets, commercials, influencers, and breaking news banners that seem to break every 15 minutes. It doesn't always lie outright. In fact, the most effective propaganda tells partial truths, truths wrapped in fear, stripped of nuance, delivered with just enough urgency to suspend critical thought. And once fear enters the bloodstream of a message, that message becomes difficult to resist. Because now it's not just information, it's survival. Modern media understands this perfectly. The business model depends on it. Outrage captures attention. Conflict generates clicks. Fear keeps you watching. Not because you enjoy it, but because your brain is hardwired to monitor threats. So you stay locked in, scrolling, refreshing, tuning in for the next development. The more anxious you become, the more predictable your behavior. You consume more, you question less, you repeat what you've heard. And repetition in the world of influence is everything. It creates familiarity. Familiarity creates trust. And once fear has been repeated enough, once a narrative has been burned into your neural pathways, it no longer feels like persuasion. It feels like truth. But truth, under the weight of fear, becomes elastic. Fear doesn't ask, is this accurate? It asks, what if it's true? And that question is a trap. Because what if doesn't seek confirmation, it seeks protection. It pulls you into a defensive posture where the goal is no longer to understand, but to react. And in that posture, propaganda thrives. You don't need to be convinced. You just need to be afraid. Afraid of outsiders, afraid of dissent, afraid of change, afraid of the other side, afraid that something terrible is coming unless you act. And act now. The most effective propaganda doesn't even sound like propaganda. It sounds like news. It sounds like public service. It sounds like moral duty. And sometimes it wears the face of humor. A meme, a viral post, a sarcastic headline. It makes you laugh just enough to disarm your skepticism. Then it plants the seed, and that seed, when repeated and reinforced, begins to shape your worldview. Not with facts, but with emotion. Over time, your sense of what's happening in the world becomes less about what you've experienced and more about what you've absorbed. Not from life, but from screens. Not from people, but from narratives. And narratives are everything. Propaganda is not built on data. It's built on stories. Stories that simplify, dramatize, dehumanize. Stories with heroes and villains, with clear lines and righteous causes. These stories are rarely balanced, because balance doesn't grip the mind. Fear does. And so the media, even when it claims neutrality, often leans into extremes. Because extremes make better headlines. They provoke stronger reactions. And stronger reactions mean longer engagement. The algorithm doesn't care about truth, it cares about time. And fear holds time hostage. But this manipulation doesn't work unless we participate. Unless we forget how to pause. Unless we forget that our anxiety is not proof of accuracy. That our outrage is not evidence. That feeling something strongly does not make it real. And in forgetting this, we become amplifiers of the very fear that was planted in us. We share it, comment on it, argue over it, spread it, until the fear we once consumed now consumes us. Not just emotionally, but socially. Relationships fray, communities fracture, trust erodes, and we begin to see each other not as neighbors or fellow citizens, but as threats. Not because we've become enemies, but because we've been told we are. That is the endgame of fear-based media and propaganda, division. Because a divided population is easier to control. A frightened public is easier to direct. And the more we turn on each other, the less we notice who is turning the wheel. Who benefits when we're too afraid to think clearly? Who profits when we stop asking hard questions? Who remains in power while the rest of us argue about shadows on the wall? And yet, the solution is not censorship. It is not to shut down voices or burn platforms. That only deepens the spiral. The solution is literacy, emotional, psychological, informational. The ability to feel fear without being ruled by it. the ability to recognize when a message is trying to hijack your nervous system, the ability to ask, who is speaking? Who benefits? What's missing from this story? What reaction is this trying to create in me? These questions are not acts of cynicism. They are acts of clarity. They return power to the individual. And that is the one thing fear-based propaganda cannot survive. A mind that remembers its own strength. Because fear makes us forget. It narrows our world, but clarity expands it. It reminds us that not everything urgent is important, that not everything frightening is real, that not everything repeated is true. And once we remember that, we can begin to rebuild something propaganda is designed to destroy: trust. Not blind trust in systems, but trust in discernment, in dialogue, in the ability to sit with complexity instead of running from it. That kind of trust is slow. It doesn't make headlines, but it makes freedom possible. So the next time fear flickers across your screen, in a headline, a soundbite, a thread, pause. Notice your body. Notice your breath. Notice what the message is trying to make you feel. And then ask, is this true? Is this useful? Is this mine? Because once you start asking those questions, you are no longer just a receiver. You are a resistor. You are not being manipulated. You are thinking. And that, in a culture built on emotional reactivity, is a revolutionary act. Terror management theory: how fear of mortality drives belief. There is a silence that lives beneath all our fears, one we rarely acknowledge but constantly feel. It's the silence of knowing we will die. Not in theory, not someday, but absolutely, personally, inevitably. This knowledge is both the most universal and the most repressed aspect of the human experience. We carry it in our bones and bury it in our distractions. And yet, whether we speak of it or not, it shapes us. Our choices, our beliefs, our identities. So many of them orbit around this invisible center of gravity, the fear of death. This is the foundation of what psychologists call terror management theory. The idea that much of what we do, culturally, politically, spiritually, is driven by an unconscious need to protect ourselves from the awareness of our own mortality, not to avoid death itself, but to buffer against the terror that comes from knowing it waits for all of us. On the surface, we live our lives with a sense of continuity. We make plans, build relationships, argue over values, pursue careers. But beneath it all runs the steady hum of impermanence. And that hum, if left unchecked, can unravel everything. Because if nothing lasts, if we don't last, then what's the point? Why work? Why love? Why suffer? These questions are not rhetorical. They are existential threats. And so, rather than live with them, we create systems to quiet them. We construct meaning. We identify with ideas that outlive us. We tie ourselves to nations, religions, ideologies, even brands, anything that offers us symbolic immortality. If our bodies must die, then let our names, our values, our causes endure. That's the unspoken promise behind so many of our beliefs. If I stand for this, if I fight for this, if I belong to this, then a part of me will survive. This isn't cynicism, it's psychology. Experiments have shown again and again that when people are reminded of their mortality, subtly or directly, they cling more tightly to their cultural worldviews. They become more patriotic, more religious, more defensive of their values. They judge outsiders more harshly. They punish moral transgressors more severely. All because the mind, when faced with the reality of death, seeks comfort in familiarity, in structure, in shared stories that say, you matter, you belong, you will not be forgotten. And so we don't just believe, we defend our beliefs, not always because they are true, but because they keep the fear quiet. And this mechanism operates beneath awareness. You don't wake up and think, today I will protect myself from death anxiety by joining an ideological movement. It happens automatically, instinctively. You feel drawn to people who validate your worldview. You feel threatened by those who challenge it. You feel angry at those who ridicule it. And all the while, the deeper engine running beneath is not just identity, it's survival, not of your body, but of your meaning. But what happens when the stories we cling to are built not just on hope, but on exclusion? When symbolic immortality depends on the rejection of others? That's where the danger begins. Because if your system of meaning is the only valid one, then anyone who disagrees becomes a threat. Not just to your opinion, but to your sense of existential security. And when that threat is strong enough, you'll do almost anything to neutralize it. Discredit them, dehumanize them, silence them, or worse. Not because you're cruel, but because you're afraid. And that fear doesn't feel like fear, it feels like righteousness. This is why conversations around belief can become so volatile. Why debates over culture, religion, politics often escalate so quickly. They're not just intellectual disagreements, they're psychological battlegrounds. Challenges to a worldview feel like attacks on the self, and defending that self becomes a matter of life and death, even if the body is never touched. This dynamic doesn't only exist in radical groups or fringe ideologies, it exists everywhere. In families, in institutions, in online comment sections, anywhere the awareness of mortality is just beneath the surface, waiting to be soothed. But not all responses to death anxiety are destructive. Some are transcendent. Art, philosophy, compassion, spiritual awakening. These too are responses to the terror of impermanence. Some people, when faced with the reality of death, don't cling tighter. They let go. They expand. They choose to live more fully, not in spite of death, but because of it. They shift from fear to gratitude, from control to presence, from protection to expression. They write, they paint, they give, they forgive. They say I love you more often, not because they've overcome the fear, but because they've befriended it. They see death not as an enemy, but as a teacher, a reminder that time is limited, that moments matter, that love, however fleeting, is real. And that shift from fear to awareness is at the heart of every deep transformation. It's the moment you stop trying to escape mortality and start learning how to live alongside it, to make peace with the fact that nothing lasts and yet everything matters, that your life, however brief, is still a story worth telling, that your presence, however temporary, still echoes, that your actions, however small, still shape the world around you. This kind of meaning doesn't require belief in an afterlife. It doesn't require membership in a movement. It only requires presence, a willingness to face the void and say, yes, I will die, and still, I choose to love. But this path is not always easy. It requires unlearning, releasing the need for certainty, sitting with discomfort, watching the stories you've built your life on begin to crack, not to collapse, but to breathe. And in that breath, something changes. The urgency softens. The need to win, to be right, to dominate, dissolves. And what remains is something quieter, more spacious, a life lived not to outsmart death, but to embrace life, fully, fiercely, with open eyes and an open heart. Terror management theory doesn't tell us how to live, but it reveals what's at stake. It shows us how much of our behavior is shaped by what we're trying not to feel. And in doing so, it offers us a choice. Continue building castles out of fear, or build something softer, something real, out of awareness. One protects the ego, the other liberates the soul. Because in the end, death is not the final enemy, it's the final mirror. And what it reflects is not just loss, but truth. That every day you wake up is a day you didn't have to receive. That every word you speak is a legacy in motion. That every act of kindness is a defiance of oblivion. And that to live, truly live, is not to forget you're dying, but to remember it and live anyway. Authoritarianism and the psychology of obedience. Authoritarianism rarely begins with a dictator slamming a fist on a podium. It doesn't need grand declarations or military parades, not at first. Often it begins with something quieter, a growing discomfort, a shared sense of unease, a subtle shift in the air where people start looking for direction, not because they want to give up freedom, but because freedom has started to feel too heavy, too chaotic, too risky. In that vulnerable space where uncertainty grows louder than trust, the stage is set for something ancient to resurface. The pull toward obedience, not just to rules, but to a figure, a voice, a symbol of order, someone who promises to make the noise go away, to take on the burden of thinking, deciding, leading. And we, tired of the complexity, often listen. That is how authoritarianism takes root, not through violence at the start, but through relief, through the seductive comfort of certainty. The psychology behind this is not mysterious. It's grounded in a simple truth. People crave structure. When life feels unstable, we look for a narrative that makes sense. When institutions fail, when leaders contradict themselves, when the future feels fragmented, we seek something coherent, something clean, something that doesn't ask us to wrestle with nuance. And authoritarian figures provide exactly that. Their messages are not complex. They are simple, forceful, binary. Us versus them. Right versus wrong. Strong versus weak. And when they speak with conviction, certainty, confidence. Not because their ideas are better, but because they understand the emotional hunger of the moment. And that hunger is more common than we'd like to admit. In a world flooded with information, authority becomes less about truth and more about clarity. We start to favor the person who sounds most sure, not the one who's most correct. And authoritarian leaders know this. They present themselves not as politicians but as saviors, not as flawed humans, but as embodiments of the collective will. They don't persuade, they command. And the people who follow them don't just agree, they surrender. Not because they're weak, but because obedience offers a kind of psychological safety. It reduces the internal tension. It simplifies the world. This isn't just political, it's deeply personal. Authoritarianism mirrors dynamics we've all experienced. The parent who demands respect but never earns trust. The boss who rewards loyalty over competence. The teacher who punishes questioning. These are all small echoes of a larger pattern. Power that depends on obedience rather than collaboration. And when that pattern scales up, when it moves from households to nations, it becomes a system built not on mutual respect, but on fear, not on transparency, but on control. The psychology of obedience in this context is well documented. It's not driven by ideology alone. It's driven by belonging. People don't obey authoritarian leaders simply because they agree with every policy. They obey because those leaders offer identity, a sense of being part of something greater, a tribe, a mission, a revival. And within that identity, there are rewards, validation, status, purpose. But there are also costs, conformity, silence, complicity. And the longer one stays inside the structure, the harder it becomes to see the trade-offs. Because authoritarian systems are not just external, they're internalized. You begin to censor yourself without being told. You begin to distrust your own instincts. You begin to see dissent not as a sign of intelligence, but as a threat to the group. And the group matters. In authoritarian systems, loyalty is paramount. Not to truth, but to the leader. Not to conscience, but to the cause. And loyalty, once demanded, creates a feedback loop. People begin to perform belief, to echo the dominant message, to punish deviation, not necessarily because they believe in the message, but because survival depends on alignment. And the system, sensing this performance, mistakes it for consensus. It grows stronger, louder, more rigid, until there is no space left for disagreement, not just publicly, but privately. People start to monitor each other, neighbors, friends, family. And in that surveillance, both real and imagined, authoritarianism becomes not just a political condition, but a psychological one, a way of relating to the world. Yet even in the heart of these systems, doubt persists. Quietly, secretly, in the late-night thoughts of those who once felt proud, but now feel uneasy. in the whispered conversations between people who remember what it was like to think freely. And that doubt matters, because authoritarianism, for all its noise, is brittle. It depends on appearances. It depends on the illusion of unanimity. It depends on fear being stronger than integrity. And when enough people begin to question, gently, persistently, even silently, that illusion begins to crack. But questioning is hard. It requires more than courage. It requires the ability to tolerate ambiguity, to admit you were wrong, to accept that the leader you admired might not be the person you thought they were. It requires grieving, not just the system, but the version of yourself that believed in it, that defended it, that needed it. And grief, in this context, is radical, because it clears space for reflection, for accountability, for rehumanizing those you were taught to hate. And that is what authoritarianism fears most. Not rebellion, but remembrance. The slow, painful process of people remembering who they are when they're not afraid. And so, the antidote to authoritarian obedience is not just resistance, it's reconnection to one's own voice, to history, to the quiet dignity of uncertainty. Authoritarianism feeds on disconnection. It isolates, it divides. It tells you that truth is dangerous and questions are disloyal. But connection does the opposite. It humanizes, it slows down reaction, it allows complexity, it makes space for disagreement without destruction. And that space is where freedom lives. Not the loud flag-waving kind, but the quiet, inner kind. The freedom to think your own thoughts, to speak in your own words, to see the humanity in someone who disagrees with you, to choose values over validation, to say no when the world around you is screaming yes. That kind of freedom is not easy, it's not clean, it's not always safe, but it is real, and it is yours if you're willing to protect it, not with obedience, but with awareness. Because authoritarianism cannot survive where people are awake. Fear of rejection and social conformity. To be human is to belong. It is one of our oldest instincts, older than language, older than culture, older even than civilization itself. Belonging is not a luxury, it is survival. In our earliest days, as a species, being cast out from the tribe was not a metaphor, it was a death sentence. To be alone meant to be vulnerable. And though we no longer gather around fires for protection from predators, that primal memory still lives in us. It whispers beneath our behaviors, beneath our choices, beneath our fears. And perhaps no fear runs deeper, or more quietly, than the fear of rejection. The fear that we will be pushed away, that we will not be chosen, that we will say the wrong thing, be the wrong thing, believe the wrong thing, and be left alone in the aftermath. This fear doesn't always announce itself. It rarely shouts. It shows up in disguise, in hesitation, in self-editing, in that moment before you speak, where you wonder if your truth is too sharp, too different, too inconvenient. It shows up when you laugh at a joke that didn't land, just to keep the room light. When you nod along in conversations that leave you hollow. When you agree, not because you're convinced, but because you're afraid of what disagreement might cost you. We call it politeness, we call it tact, but sometimes it's not softness, it's silence, strategic silence, and over time, we confuse that silence with wisdom, with maturity, with emotional intelligence, but sometimes it's just fear, dressed as restraint. Social conformity grows in that silence. It doesn't arrive with a bang, it creeps. It grows not because people stop having thoughts, but because they stop sharing them. Because the momentary relief of belonging feels safer than the risk of authenticity. And so, slowly, we begin to adjust ourselves, to fit, to be liked, to avoid conflict. We trim the parts of ourselves that feel too wild, too strange, too honest. And at first it feels like strategy, like intelligence, like adaptation. But over time, it becomes habit, a default. We forget what we actually think. We forget how to disagree with love. We forget how to be whole in a room that only accepts fragments. And so we perform. We manage impressions. We shapeshift. Just enough to avoid being the outlier. Just enough to stay in the room. But what begins as self-preservation slowly becomes self-erasure. We don't mean for it to happen. It's not malicious. It's not even conscious most of the time. But one small silence becomes another. One compromise becomes the standard. And before we know it, we've become fluent in a language that isn't our own. We've become actors in a play we never auditioned for, reciting lines we didn't write, performing for approval we're not even sure we want anymore. This isn't weakness, it's conditioning. From a young age, we are taught to value harmony over truth. We are rewarded for fitting in, for being agreeable, for not making waves. The child who questions the rules is labeled disruptive. The teenager who dresses differently is mocked or isolated. The adult who dares to speak up is branded difficult, dangerous, or dramatic. And the more we internalize those consequences, the more we learn to conform, not just externally, but internally. We begin to preempt rejection by suppressing the parts of us that might provoke it. We become the gatekeepers of our own expression. And this suppression, while socially rewarded, carries a cost. Because to conform too deeply is to fracture the self. You create a version of yourself that is digestible to others, and you start presenting that version as the real thing. But underneath, a quiet grief builds. The grief of not being seen, of not being known, of being praised for a mask you've come to resent. And the longer you wear it, the harder it becomes to take off. Not just because others expect it, but because you've forgotten who you are without it. The mask becomes fused to the skin, and removing it starts to feel less like a reveal and more like a loss. A grief not just for the parts you've hidden, but for the time you spent hiding them. Social conformity isn't just about dress codes or political correctness. It's about emotional safety, about the quiet agreements we make to keep each other comfortable, even if it means denying our discomfort. It's in the way we downplay pain to avoid being too much, in the way we bite back truth to avoid being labeled negative, in the way we avoid challenging the group, not because we've changed our minds, but because we fear becoming an outsider, and the group, sensing that fear, tightens its rules, not with laws, but with looks, with inside jokes, with the subtle chill of disapproval. The raised eyebrow, the awkward pause, the silence that says everything. And just like that, conformity becomes culture. But culture, when built on suppression, becomes fragile. It becomes a house of cards, where everyone is silently hoping no one sneezes. And eventually, someone does. Someone speaks. Someone cries. Someone leaves. And when that happens, something strange occurs. Others exhale. Others confess. Others begin to remember what they've been holding back. Because authenticity, like fear, is contagious. All it takes is one person to break the spell, to model what it looks like to belong to themselves, even at the risk of being rejected by others. That risk is real. Let's not pretend otherwise. Sometimes, honesty costs you relationships. Sometimes, being fully yourself does make the room colder. Sometimes, people do walk away. Sometimes they misunderstand you, mislabel you, diminish you, and it hurts. Of course it does. But what remains when they do is something sacred: your integrity, your alignment, your capacity to look in the mirror without flinching. And over time, that becomes more valuable than approval. Because belonging built on performance is not belonging, it's survival. And survival, while necessary, is not the same as living. To live fully is to risk being seen. It is to speak when your voice shakes, to love when the outcome is uncertain, to disagree with compassion, not to win, but to stay honest. It is to trust that the right people will find you, not because you bent yourself into their shape, but because you stayed in your own. That is not arrogance, it is faith. Faith that your truth is worthy, that your perspective matters, that your presence, in its unedited form, is not too much, but just enough. And when we begin to live from that place, something shifts in the collective. The group becomes more resilient. Conversations become deeper. Community becomes more spacious. Because now, we're not protecting the illusion of harmony. We're building actual trust. Trust that can handle disagreement. That can hold difference. that can weather the storms of authenticity without falling apart. Real community isn't built through uniformity. It's built through courage, through voices that challenge, through hearts that stretch, through people who risk being real so others remember how. So the next time you feel that familiar pull, the temptation to shrink, to smooth, to agree, pause. Not to rebel, but to check in. Ask, is this me? Is this mine? Is this true? And if it is, let it live. Let it be spoken. Let it take up space. Not to dominate, not to control, but to exist. Because the world doesn't need more perfect performances. It needs people who remember how to be real, even when it's risky, especially then. The scarcity effect. Fear of loss and manipulation. Scarcity whispers to something ancient in the human mind. It speaks the language of urgency, of limitation, of impending loss. And the moment it enters a space, whether in the form of time, resources, attention, or love, it begins to bend perception. Suddenly, what wasn't valuable becomes precious. What was once optional feels essential. And the more fleeting something seems, the more desirable it becomes. This is the scarcity effect, a powerful cognitive bias that alters how we evaluate things when we believe they are in short supply. But it's more than a quirk of the brain. It's a vulnerability, one that has been carefully studied, replicated, and exploited in everything from advertising to politics to personal relationships. Because fear of missing out is not just emotional, it's manipulable, and those who know how to create the illusion of scarcity know how to control behavior, not by force, but by suggestion. At its core, the scarcity effect is a survival mechanism. In the wild, limited resources meant danger. Water, food, shelter. If you didn't act fast, you might not survive. And so our ancestors evolved to pay attention to whatever was disappearing. That urgency was adaptive. It meant the difference between life and death. But in the modern world, where scarcity is often artificial, that same urgency can be used against us. A countdown clock on a product page, a headline warning of vanishing opportunities, a lover who pulls away just enough to make you chase, a politician who tells you this is the last chance to save your way of life. All of it plays on the same primal reflex. Act now, or lose something forever. The illusion becomes the leash, and when fear of loss takes over, rationality fades. We stop evaluating value based on merit and start evaluating it based on availability. This is why limited editions sell out faster, why exclusive memberships seem more appealing, why people wait in lines for things they didn't want until they learned they were almost gone. Scarcity doesn't just inflate value, it hijacks decision-making. It creates an emotional frame in which deliberation feels like a risk and impulse feels like wisdom. We tell ourselves we're being smart, decisive, opportunistic. But beneath that confidence is anxiety, a deep-rooted need to avoid being left behind, even if we're not sure what we're chasing. This manipulation extends far beyond products. In politics, fear of scarcity fuels everything from immigration anxiety to economic panic to cultural backlash. There's not enough to go around, the narrative says. They are taking what should be yours. It's a powerful story, not because it's true, but because it aligns with a fear already built into our biology. The fear that there won't be enough jobs, enough safety, enough respect, enough belonging. And once that fear is activated, empathy becomes a luxury. People begin to hoard resources, status, power, not out of greed, but out of fear. And in that fear, manipulation thrives. It is far easier to divide a frightened population than a calm one. Scarcity sharpens boundaries. It erodes common ground. It turns neighbors into competitors and turns difference into danger. But scarcity doesn't only appear in markets and politics, it shows up in our personal lives, in love, in friendship, in self-worth. We are taught, often subtly, that there is a limited supply of love, of attention, of approval. That if we don't act now, someone better will take our place. That if we don't shrink, please, perform, we'll be left behind. This fear turns relationships into negotiations. Affection becomes a transaction. We begin to tolerate less than we deserve, not because we don't know better, but because we're afraid we won't find better. The scarcity narrative tells us to settle, to hurry, to hold on tighter, even when our hands are already bleeding, even when what we're holding no longer fits the shape of our lives. This fear bleeds into how we see ourselves. We internalize the idea that we must earn love, that validation is limited and fleeting, that happiness is conditional on external permission, and so we hustle, not just for success, but for worthiness. We become performers in our own lives, curating images and behaviors that might grant us a seat at a table we're not sure we even want. Scarcity doesn't just make us afraid of losing things. It makes us afraid of being ourselves without a guaranteed reward. It teaches us that who we are isn't enough unless it's wanted, praised, or pursued. And yet, the paradox is that most scarcity is constructed, manufactured, designed to provoke urgency where none is needed. It is the language of control. Because when people believe something is rare, they stop questioning whether they even want it. They stop asking, do I need this? Do I believe this? Do I trust this? Instead, they ask, what if I lose this? What if someone else gets it first? What if I'm not fast enough? And that shift from internal alignment to external panic is where autonomy is lost. We stop moving toward what fulfills us and start running from what frightens us. We become reactive instead of intentional. And in that reactivity, we are easier to influence, to sell to govern, to keep in place. But it can be reclaimed. The first step is awareness, to notice when urgency enters the room, to notice the tightening in your chest, the quickening of breath, the narrowing of focus. That's the nervous system reacting, preparing to act fast. That's the body believing it's in danger, not because it is, but because the mind has been told that something vital is slipping away. In those moments, pause, breathe, ask, who benefits from my panic? Who profits when I stop thinking? Who gains when I rush? These questions are not rhetorical. They are antidotes to manipulation. And then, ask something deeper. What do I believe I am lacking? Because the scarcity effect is not just about objects. It's about self-perception. When you believe you are enough, you stop chasing what isn't. When you believe there is enough, love, opportunity, time, you stop making decisions from fear. You stop seeing the world as a battlefield and start seeing it as a landscape of choice. You begin to recognize that not every opportunity is yours to take. Not every absence is a threat. Not every closed door is a personal failure. Some things are not meant for you, and their scarcity doesn't make them sacred. Their unavailability does not make them valuable. Their inaccessibility does not mean you are unworthy. This mindset is not denial, it is power. It is the power to resist manipulation, to walk away from false urgency, to trust your own timing. It is the power to choose, not react, not scramble, not grasp, but choose, with clarity, with presence, with self-respect. And that kind of choice cannot be manufactured. It cannot be sold. It is not exclusive. It is yours, always. And when you make choices from that place, they carry a different energy. They are rooted, not rushed, calm, not desperate, whole, not fractured. Because the truth is, what's most valuable in life is not rare, it's just quiet, peace, integrity, love that doesn't need to be earned, meaning that isn't dependent on applause. These things are abundant, but they don't shout. They don't market themselves. They wait to be noticed. And when you stop being distracted by what's vanishing, you start seeing what's always been here. You return to yourself, to what actually matters, to the things that don't expire or disappear just because you didn't act fast enough. So the next time scarcity speaks, when it tells you to rush, to settle, to chase, pause, listen, but don't obey. Thank the fear for trying to protect you. Then choose from a different place. Choose from enoughness, from presence, from trust. Let your decisions emerge not from what you fear, but from what you know. Not from lack, but from abundance. Not from desperation, but from dignity. Because you are not late, you are not lacking, and you do not need to chase what was never meant for you. Fight, flight, freeze. How fear hijacks the brain. Fear doesn't knock, it bursts in. 1 second, you're in control, thinking, planning, moving through your day, and the next, your body has taken over. Muscles tense, breath shortens, vision narrows. Your heart races before your mind even has time to name the threat. This is not metaphor, it is biology. It is the work of an ancient system, fast, efficient, and merciless in its clarity of purpose. Survive. At the heart of this system lies the triad we've come to know as fight, flight, or freeze. 3 primal responses that emerge when the brain detects danger, whether real or imagined. It doesn't wait for context. It doesn't care if the fear is rational. It acts. Because in evolutionary terms, hesitation meant extinction. And while the world we live in has changed, this circuitry hasn't. That is how fear hijacks the brain, not as a malfunction, but as a function that no longer matches the pace and complexity of modern life. The command center for this response is a small almond-shaped structure deep in the brain, the amygdala. It scans every experience for threat, constantly, even while we sleep. When it senses danger, it signals the hypothalamus to activate the sympathetic nervous system. Adrenaline floods the bloodstream. The heart pumps faster. Blood is redirected, away from digestion and toward muscles. Pupils dilate. The body prepares not to think, but to act. And here's the key. This happens before the rational brain, the prefrontal cortex, gets involved. Fear doesn't wait for analysis. It preempts it. The amygdala's motto is simple: better to overreact than be too late. That's why fear can feel so overwhelming. Because it is. It's not just an emotion, it's a full-body event. And it doesn't distinguish between a charging bear and an angry email. It doesn't know whether you're facing a real threat or remembering one. All it knows is that something feels off, and its job is to keep you alive. So it triggers one of the 3 pathways: fight, flight, or freeze. Fight is mobilization. You confront the threat, raise your voice, defend your position. Physically or verbally, you prepare to overpower whatever stands in your way. This isn't always aggressive in the stereotypical sense. Sometimes fight shows up as defensiveness, argumentativeness, or even overcompetence. It's the body's way of saying, I won't be defeated. It can feel empowering, but when misdirected, it damages relationships. It shuts down dialogue. It escalates situations that require nuance, not force. Flight is escape. You distance yourself from the threat, physically leave, shut down the conversation, ghost the person, exit the job, the room, the feeling. It can look like calm detachment, but inside, the system is flooded. The brain's only goal is to get away, not just from danger, but from discomfort. This response is often praised in high achievers. Keep moving, stay productive, never stop. But underneath the success may be a nervous system constantly trying to outrun an unnamed fear. Freeze is immobilization. You go still. The mind blanks. The body becomes heavy or numb. You disconnect, not by choice, but by instinct. This is often the most misunderstood response because it looks passive. But it's not weakness. It's the body's ancient strategy for survival. In nature, animals freeze to avoid detection. In humans, freeze can show up as dissociation, inaction, or silence. It's not that you don't care. It's that you are overwhelmed, stuck in the pause between danger and decision. Each of these responses has its place. None are wrong. None are signs of failure. They are adaptations, millennia in the making. But when they become chronic, when the fear response is triggered not just by danger but by life itself, our systems begin to suffer. We find ourselves overreacting to small slights, avoiding intimacy because it feels unsafe, freezing in the face of decisions that shouldn't be paralyzing. The brain begins to misread everyday stresses as existential threats, and slowly, we lose the ability to respond with choice, because that's what fear hijacks most effectively. Not just our body, but our agency. The ability to choose how we want to respond, to pause, to think, to consider, to speak gently, walk away calmly, or stay still and present. Not out of reflex, but out of intention. The fear response skips over this, and so reclaiming agency means reclaiming that pause. But it's not as simple as just calm down. Telling someone in a fear response to relax is like telling someone drowning to breathe. The first step is recognition, noticing when the body has been hijacked, naming it. I'm in fight. I feel frozen. My instinct is to run. This alone begins to re-engage the rational brain. It activates the part of the mind that can say, I'm not in danger, I'm just uncomfortable. That can distinguish between threat and tension. From there, the work is not to suppress the response, but to soothe it, to let the body know it's safe. Breath helps, movement helps, touch, rhythm, music, all the things that speak directly to the nervous system. We don't think our way out of fear, we regulate our way through it. And as regulation returns, so does choice. So does connection. So does perspective. This matters because an unregulated fear response doesn't just affect the individual, it ripples outward. A fight response can start wars, personal or global. A flight response can abandon what needed to be repaired. A freeze response can silence voices that needed to be heard. Multiply these across a culture, and you get a society running on survival, not reflection, on urgency, not understanding. And that kind of society becomes vulnerable to manipulation, to extremism, to dehumanization. Because when people are afraid, they're easy to guide, not with wisdom, but with threat. But it doesn't have to be this way. Fear is not the enemy. It is a messenger, a signal, a request for attention. And if we can learn to hear it without being ruled by it, we can begin to build lives and cultures that are grounded, not reactive, that choose conversation over combat, curiosity over avoidance, compassion over collapse. So the next time fear rises, when your heart races, your fists clench, your mind goes blank, pause, breathe, name it. This is fight. This is flight. This is freeze. And then ask, what is this fear trying to protect? What does my body need to feel safe again? What would it look like to respond from calm rather than panic? Because you are not your fear. You are the awareness behind it. And from that awareness, everything becomes possible again. The amygdala, fear's command center in the brain. Tucked deep within the temporal lobe, no larger than an almond, the amygdala is a structure few ever see, but nearly everyone feels. It doesn't reason, it doesn't plan, it doesn't debate. What it does is respond, instantly, involuntarily, relentlessly, to threat, to uncertainty, to change. For all the complexity of the human brain, with its architecture of logic, memory, language, and self-awareness, the amygdala remains ancient and elemental. A watchtower, a guardian, a switch that flips when survival feels at stake. And when it flips, it doesn't ask for permission. It seizes control, reroutes attention, and floods the system with a single, primal directive: stay alive. To understand fear, to truly understand its grip on our behavior, our choices, our societies, you must begin with the amygdala, because it is here that perception becomes urgency, that signals from the senses are evaluated not for truth, but for threat. Every sound, every facial expression, every shadow out of place passes through this gate. If deemed safe, it moves on to the thinking brain. But if it raises suspicion, even faintly, the amygdala activates the fear response before we're consciously aware of it. Before the voice in our head can say, it's probably nothing, the body has already braced, the heart has already accelerated, and the mind has already shifted into high alert. This speed is not a flaw, it's design. In evolutionary terms, the cost of false positives is low. The cost of false negatives is death. Better to mistake a stick for a snake than a snake for a stick. So the amygdala is built for vigilance, for overreaction, for survival. But in the modern world, this ancient logic creates a mismatch. We're no longer running from predators in the grass. Our threats are psychological, social, symbolic. A critical email, a disapproving glance, a financial setback, a political headline. And yet the amygdala doesn't know the difference. It sounds the alarm anyway. It lights up in scans like a flare, triggering stress hormones, narrowing attention, and hijacking decision-making. Because as far as it's concerned, you're still in the jungle. The jungle may be gone, but the brain doesn't know that. It responds to danger not based on fact, but on feeling, on perceived danger, on the emotional coloring of the moment. This is why fear often feels disproportionate, why your hands might shake before a presentation, even though your safety is never in question, why your heart races after an awkward pause in conversation, why you might feel dread simply opening a message from someone whose tone feels off. The amygdala doesn't discriminate between physical threats and social ones. It only asks, "Am I safe?" And when the answer is unclear, it acts as if the answer is no. This is how fear spreads, not rationally, but neurologically. One person's panic becomes another's signal. One news story, one image, one soundbite triggers an entire population. Not because of what was said, but because of how it felt. Because the amygdala, sensing even a hint of danger, primes us to react first and think later. And in that window, between stimulus and reflection, manipulation thrives. Politicians, marketers, and propagandists have long understood that if you can speak to the amygdala, you don't need to win an argument. You only need to trigger an alarm. Once that alarm sounds, fear takes over, and the rational brain is reduced to a passenger justifying choices it didn't really make. This isn't weakness, it's anatomy. Even the most educated, emotionally intelligent, self-aware person is not immune to this circuitry, because the amygdala doesn't respond to knowledge. It responds to signals. It reacts to tone, to expression, to sudden movements, to unpredictability. You may know that someone raising their voice doesn't mean danger, but if your amygdala perceives it as threat, your body responds accordingly. Tension, defensiveness, withdrawal. The logic comes later, if at all. This response can be protective. It can save lives, but it can also create distance in relationships, in communities, in nations. It can pit us against one another, not because of true danger, but because of misunderstood signals, a facial twitch, a silence, a misread intention. And when fear is in control, we lose nuance. We move from curiosity to caution, from dialogue to defense, from openness to assumption. But what makes this even more complex is the amygdala's role in memory. It doesn't just detect threat, it stores emotional salience. When something traumatic happens, the amygdala tags the memory as important, as urgent, and that tag means it will be replayed, re-triggered, relived, often involuntarily. A smell, a phrase, a place. Any of these can cue the memory, and the body reacts as if it's happening again. This is why trauma feels cyclical, why some fears don't fade, even after years. The amygdala doesn't keep time, it keeps intensity. It keeps pain vivid, it keeps wounds fresh. Not to punish, but to protect. To remind you what hurt, so you don't get hurt again. And yet, this same structure that creates such suffering is also essential to love, to bonding, to empathy, because the amygdala doesn't only respond to fear, it responds to emotion, strong emotion, which means it's not just the center of threat detection, it's the center of what makes us feel the world deeply. Without it, we wouldn't just be fearless. We'd be indifferent, numb, disconnected from the emotional resonance that gives life meaning. Joy would not light us up. Sadness would not crack us open. Grief would not move us. Compassion would not stir us. The very things that make us human would be muted, like music with the volume turned down. So the goal is not to silence the amygdala. It's to regulate it, to build the capacity within ourselves to notice when it's speaking and choose when to listen. This begins with awareness. When fear arises, ask, what just triggered me? Was it a word, a memory, a tone? Is this moment actually dangerous or just familiar in a painful way? These questions don't stop the amygdala from firing, but they re-engage the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for insight, flexibility, and self-regulation. And when the thinking brain is online, fear loses its monopoly on perception. This is the slow work of self-awareness, of noticing patterns, of paying attention to the body, of feeling the flutter in the chest and pausing before interpreting it. Practices like mindfulness, deep breathing, and even physical grounding can downregulate the amygdala's activity. They don't deny the signal, they change how we interpret it. Over time, the brain can be trained to differentiate between real danger and perceived threat, between the past and the present, between urgency and importance. This is not a quick fix, but it is the path toward reclaiming agency from the grip of reflex. Because here is the deeper truth. Most of the fear we carry is not about the world as it is, but about the world as we once experienced it. A harsh word that reminds us of childhood, shame, a rejection that echoes a buried heartbreak, a risk that mirrors an old failure. The amygdala remembers it all. But memory is not prophecy, and fear is not fate. What happened then does not have to define what happens now. We cannot always stop the amygdala from reacting, but we can stop building our lives around its reactions. We can learn to pause, to breathe, to reflect, to remind ourselves that not every alert requires action, that not every jolt of panic is a signal to run, that sometimes the bravest thing we can do is stay. Stay in the room, stay in the conversation, stay with ourselves, and in that staying, we begin to shift, to transform fear from a master into a messenger, from a hijacker into a guide, from an alarm into a conversation, not to eliminate it, but to live alongside it, with wisdom, with compassion, with awareness, because the amygdala may light the fire, but it is the rest of us, the calm mind, the open heart, the steady breath, that learns how to hold it. And in learning to hold it, we learn to hold each other. Manufactured fear, crisis as a strategy. Not all fear is found. Some of it is built, crafted, manufactured with precision, purpose, and intent. It doesn't arise naturally from a real and present threat. It is sculpted into the atmosphere by those who understand how fear works, and more importantly, what it can do. Because fear, when left unexamined, is one of the most powerful tools of control. It doesn't need to be true to be effective. It just needs to feel true. And once that sensation takes hold, once the mind and body respond as if the danger is real, then rationality becomes optional. Reaction takes over. Thought contracts. Perception narrows. And for those who benefit from fear, that reaction is the goal. This is the strategy behind manufactured crisis. Create the sense that something is breaking, that collapse is near, that, without immediate action or allegiance, the world as you know it will cease to exist. The crisis can be vague or specific. It can be economic, social, cultural, biological. It can be framed as a war on values, a threat to your children, an invasion of outsiders, a collapse of morality, a silent enemy hiding in plain sight. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is how it feels. Urgent, uncertain, unstoppable. And in that emotional storm, people become manageable, predictable, willing to exchange autonomy for safety, willing to obey without question, willing to accept solutions that, in calmer moments, they would have resisted. Because when the world feels like it's burning, you don't stop to check who lit the match. This is no accident. It is design. Throughout history, manufactured fear has been the cornerstone of authoritarian movements, political campaigns, religious coercion, and mass manipulation. The mechanics are strikingly consistent. Identify or invent a threat, amplify it through repetition and emotional framing, offer a singular solution, often involving a transfer of power, and silence or discredit those who question the narrative. The result is not always overt violence. More often, it is quiet compliance. People begin to self-censor, to align themselves with the dominant message, not out of belief, but out of anxiety, out of the calculation that disagreement is dangerous, or simply not worth the trouble. Fear doesn't always silence through force. Sometimes it silences through fatigue, through the exhausting weight of constant vigilance, through the erosion of the will to resist. And the more fear is repeated, the more familiar it becomes. This is one of fear's subtler tricks. It doesn't need to escalate to remain effective. It only needs to become normal. Once fear is woven into daily life, into how we talk, think, choose, it becomes invisible. It becomes the background hum, a constant signal beneath our actions, shaping how we evaluate threats, how we interpret others, how we envision the future. And in that silence, people start to internalize it. They begin to believe that the world really is that dangerous, that fragile, that black and white. And with belief comes behavior. We pull back from complexity. We distrust difference. We retreat into tribes. We look for enemies, often in the faces of our neighbors. We don't realize we're adapting to fear until our lives have shrunk in its name. What makes this strategy so effective is how naturally it blends with existing fears. Manufactured crises rarely start from scratch. They amplify what's already there. Economic precarity, social tension, cultural identity, trauma, loss, shame. The fear already embedded in the collective psyche is mined, molded, and reframed to serve a particular agenda. And often, the creators of that agenda don't need to do much. Just plant the seed. The fear grows on its own, watered by headlines, fertilized by rumors, strengthened by repetition, reinforced by social media algorithms that reward outrage and polarized discussion. Soon, the public is no longer responding to the instigators. They're responding to each other, reacting, polarizing, policing. The strategy has succeeded. The crisis sustains itself. In this environment, distrust flourishes, dialogue dies, facts blur, and consensus becomes nearly impossible, not because people don't care, but because they're no longer speaking the same emotional language. Manufactured fear splits society, not only ideologically, but psychologically. People begin to inhabit entirely different realities, different truths. And within these fractured worlds, empathy collapses. Every disagreement becomes a threat. Every difference becomes suspicious. And unity, the kind rooted in shared humanity, becomes almost unthinkable. But here's the deeper tragedy. When fear is manufactured, the solutions are often manufactured too, designed not to resolve the crisis, but to perpetuate it, to deepen dependence, to justify more control, more surveillance, more restriction. The crisis must stay alive, just enough to keep people in line, to keep dissent discredited, to keep attention diverted, and so the cycle continues. Fear becomes the lens through which every issue is seen. Every disagreement feels existential. Every challenge feels like an attack. The public no longer sees clearly, and in that blindness, power consolidates, quietly, legally, permanently. And this isn't just about governments or media empires. It happens in families, in institutions, in workplaces. Any environment where power fears transparency can become a theater of crisis. A place where fear is used to silence, to distract, to control. The mechanisms are always the same. Control the narrative, induce urgency, and paint questioning as betrayal. It's simple and terrifyingly effective. Because the mind, when under siege by fear, doesn't ask for truth. It asks for relief, for safety, for answers that feel good, even if they're wrong. So how do we resist it? Not by denying fear, but by examining it, by learning to ask, is this fear mine, or was it handed to me? Who benefits if I panic? Who profits if I feel powerless? What evidence supports this crisis? And what voices are missing from the conversation? Who is never quoted, never invited, never heard? These questions don't eliminate fear, but they create distance. They activate the thinking brain. They restore the pause between stimulus and response. And in that pause, something vital returns. Discernment. The ability to see when urgency is real and when it's been engineered. when we are acting from truth and when we're being played. And it's in that space of discernment that freedom reawakens. Because control requires reaction, but clarity requires reflection. And once we see clearly, we can respond with intention. We can step outside the crisis machine and begin to rebuild a relationship with reality that isn't dominated by manipulation. That acknowledges fear but doesn't obey it. That listens but also questions. That makes space for uncertainty without rushing into someone else's solution. That has the courage to sit in discomfort without needing it to be resolved immediately. Because not every crisis is a 5-alarm fire. Some are smoke machines, some are stagecraft, and some are distractions from deeper, quieter truths that don't make headlines but shape lives. Because not all danger is real, but the damage of manufactured fear always is. It corrodes trust. It fragments communities. It turns citizens into spectators, neighbors into threats, and questions into crimes. And the longer it goes unchallenged, the harder it becomes to remember what life felt like before everything was urgent, before every interaction came with subtext, before every message carried a warning, before fear was the operating system. But we can remember. It starts in the quiet moments, when the screen is off, when the voice is paused, when we sit with ourselves and ask, what do I really fear? What is actually happening? What part of me still knows how to listen, not to the loudest voice, but to the truest one? What part of me can hold uncertainty without panic? What part of me remembers that discomfort isn't always danger, and that not every risk is a threat? Because underneath the noise of manufactured crisis is a quieter intelligence, one that doesn't panic, that doesn't need an enemy, that doesn't chase control. It doesn't speak in slogans or ultimatums. It speaks in clarity, in courage, in careful questions and humble truths. It speaks when we are still, when we stop performing fear and start reclaiming our perspective, when we look past the script and see the hand that's holding it. And in that voice is something fear can't manufacture. It's called wisdom. And wisdom doesn't rush. It doesn't polarize. It doesn't need permission. It simply returns whenever we are ready to hear it. The fear economy, how anxiety became profitable. Fear used to be a private thing, a personal reaction to personal danger, something raw, instinctive, immediate, a pulse in the chest, a spike in breath, a tightening in the gut. It was a signal, meant to protect us. And in the right context, it still is. But in the modern world, fear has become something else entirely. A product, a resource, a currency, something to be harvested, refined, and sold. We live now in what can only be described as a fear economy, an ecosystem where anxiety is no longer a byproduct of experience, but a driver of profit, where panic sells, worry fuels industries, and our unease has been turned into a revenue stream. And the most disturbing part? This system doesn't need fear to be solved. It needs fear to persist. It begins with attention. Attention is the most valuable commodity of the digital age, and fear is one of the fastest ways to capture it. Why? Because the brain is wired to prioritize threat. You might scroll past beauty, wisdom, or joy, but you will not scroll past danger. Not without feeling it. And so, fear-based content dominates. Headlines are sharpened like weapons. You're not safe. This will ruin your life. Everything you know is a lie. These aren't information. They're invitations to spiral. And once your attention is captured, the transaction begins. Every second you spend consuming fear-based media is monetized. Your clicks, your shares, your anxious comments, each is data, each is value. And so, the system learns. It learns what triggers you, what keeps you hooked, what raises your heart rate just enough to keep you watching, but not enough to make you walk away. Algorithms are trained not to inform you, but to stimulate you, to feed your nervous system. Just enough distress to stay engaged. Not overwhelmed, but agitated. Just enough to need more. This cycle extends far beyond news. Marketing, too, has learned the economics of anxiety. Entire industries are built on insecurities that have been carefully cultivated and then monetized. Fear of aging, fear of disease, fear of irrelevance, fear of missing out, fear of being the only one who didn't buy the thing, do the thing, know the thing. Ads no longer just say, "This will help." They say, "You are in danger without it." That danger might be social, physical, emotional, but it's always implied, and the solution is always for sale. Even the wellness industry, so often framed as the antidote to stress, participates in the fear economy. It tells you that you're not just unwell, but broken, that you're not safe in your own mind or body unless you follow this protocol, take this supplement, avoid these foods, adopt this belief system. It sells calm by first creating concern, and in doing so, it creates customers, not empowerment. The illusion of control is marketed like medicine, and when that illusion fades, another product is waiting to replace it. A new miracle, a new must-have, a new fear, just in case you'd run out. But this system goes deeper than commerce. Fear also sells ideologies. Politicians have long understood that a frightened population is easier to direct. Campaigns are not won by inspiring hope nearly as often as they are won by manufacturing fear of the other party, the other culture, the other future. Policies are pushed not through data, but through dread. And the more you keep people afraid, the more they cling to whatever promises safety, even if that safety is imaginary, even if it comes at the cost of rights, empathy, or truth. And fear doesn't just shape elections, it shapes worldviews, it narrows perception, it builds walls, not only between countries, but between neighbors, communities, even families. When people are afraid, they retreat, they close ranks, they stop asking questions, they stop listening. And when fear becomes a lens, everything starts to look like a threat, even kindness, even nuance, even change, especially change. Because the fear economy thrives not just on what you dread, but on what you resist. The fear economy doesn't require a conspiracy. It doesn't require evil masterminds. It only requires incentives. And the incentives are clear. Fear increases engagement. Engagement increases revenue. Revenue increases pressure to produce more fear. And so the cycle continues. Faster, louder, more urgent. And the human psyche, not built for this constant assault, begins to erode. Anxiety becomes ambient. Panic becomes a default setting. We live with a constant low hum of dread we can't quite name. Not because we're broken, but because we're being conditioned. And when fear becomes constant, something tragic happens. Joy begins to feel irresponsible. Curiosity feels dangerous. Rest feels unsafe. You begin to mistake vigilance for virtue. You become addicted not to information, but to monitoring. You scroll, not for answers, but for warning. And in doing so, you slowly lose the ability to be here, now, in this body, in this moment, because your attention is always scanning for what could go wrong next. That is the true cost of the fear economy. Not just your money, but your presence, your peace, your ability to experience the world without reflexively bracing for impact, your capacity to trust, to hope, to dream. These things don't vanish all at once. They wear down, slowly, quietly, until one day you realize that even in silence, your nervous system is still on guard. You've been rewired. You flinch at the tone of a headline. You expect betrayal from newness. You interpret stillness as a setup for a storm, not because it's true, but because your inner world has become shaped by the frequency of threat. And when an entire population lives in that state, when millions of people are simmering in low-grade fear every day, culture shifts, discourse collapses, nuance evaporates. Every conversation becomes a fight, every difference a danger, every unknown a menace. Empathy becomes scarce, cynicism becomes default, and trust, that most fragile and vital element of human connection, begins to rot from the inside out. The fear economy doesn't just steal individual peace, it corrodes collective resilience. But it doesn't have to be this way, because the fear economy, while powerful, is not inevitable. You can opt out, not all at once, but moment by moment. You can begin by noticing, How do I feel after consuming this? Who gains from my fear? Is this a warning or a hook? You can curate your attention like you curate your diet, consuming what nourishes, what informs, what grounds you in reality, rather than catapults you into abstraction. You can begin to choose media, voices, and environments that challenge without traumatizing, that inform without inflaming. You can be mindful of your body, of how it tenses when it's being manipulated. You can return to the breath, to the body, to the moment. You can unfollow, unsubscribe, disconnect, not because you don't care, but because you care too much to keep being pulled apart. This isn't naive optimism, it's strategic resistance. Refusing to be manipulated by fear is not ignoring the world's pain. It's reclaiming your ability to respond to it wisely, with clarity, with courage, with compassion. Because fear narrows the world. It tells you there's only one choice, react. But when you step out of the fear economy, you remember there are other choices. You can pause, reflect, connect, create, rest, love. You can begin to build a life not governed by headlines, but by values, not by panic, but by presence, not by urgency, but by understanding. And when enough people make that shift, not in protest, but in practice, the system loses its fuel. Because the fear economy does not run on monsters. It runs on attention. And attention is something you still own. You can, quite simply, be. And that, in a system designed to keep you anxious and consuming, is a radical act. An act of rebellion, an act of healing, an act of remembering what it means to feel free. The psychology of the unknown. Why uncertainty feels like danger. The human mind is a pattern-seeking machine. It scans, predicts, categorizes, constantly trying to make sense of the world by connecting dots, even when no dots are present. Because to understand is to feel safe, to predict is to feel powerful. And when the mind encounters something it cannot name, cannot place, cannot prepare for, it doesn't just feel confused, it feels threatened. This is the strange and often misunderstood truth at the core of the human relationship with uncertainty. The unknown doesn't need to be dangerous for it to feel like danger. The absence of clarity alone is enough to trigger the brain's alarm system. Not because we are irrational, but because we are built to survive. And survival favors the known, even when the known is painful. This is why uncertainty provokes anxiety, why it shortens tempers, tightens muscles, interrupts sleep. It's not the content of the unknown that disturbs us, it's the space it opens. A space the mind rushes to fill, often with worst-case scenarios, because to imagine the worst is, paradoxically, a form of control. It's easier to brace for disaster than to admit we don't know what's coming. Uncertainty exposes us, it humbles us, it reminds us that we are not in charge of everything we thought we were. And in a culture that worships control, that reminder can feel unbearable. The psychological machinery behind this is ancient. When our ancestors heard a rustling in the bushes, they didn't wait to see what it was. They ran. Because those who assumed the worst, even if they were wrong, survived. More often than those who hesitated. That instinct still lives in us. When something is unknown, we project threat. We fill in the blanks with fear. Not because we're pessimists, but because our nervous systems are trying to keep us alive. In modern life, the rustling in the bushes has become an email with no subject line, a medical test result delayed, a conversation left hanging, a news story that starts with breaking. The triggers have changed. The response has not. Uncertainty doesn't only trigger the fear response, it also undermines decision-making. The brain, under threat, shifts resources from the prefrontal cortex, the seat of reason, planning, and perspective, into the amygdala and limbic system. This shift prepares the body for action, not thought. We become reactive, impatient, impulsive. We seek immediate resolution, even if it's false. This is why people cling to rigid ideologies in uncertain times, why conspiracy theories flourish, why leaders who promise certainty, even without evidence, rise to power. Certainty feels like oxygen when the room is full of fog. It doesn't have to be true. It just has to feel solid. But this craving for clarity can make us vulnerable. When we fear the unknown, we rush to replace it with anything. And manipulators know this. They offer easy answers, clear villains, black and white narratives. They speak with confidence not to enlighten, but to soothe. And in our hunger for stability, we consume those narratives without chewing. We accept them because they end the discomfort. Not because they are wise, not because they are just, but because they are familiar, and familiar is safe. This is the cost of an intolerance for uncertainty. We surrender complexity. We abandon nuance. We stop asking hard questions because questions don't resolve. They open, and open space is where fear enters. But it's also where truth lives, where growth happens, where the old maps fall away, and something new begins to take shape. And that is the paradox at the heart of the unknown. It is both a threat and a possibility, both an ending and a beginning, both the darkness we fear and the space where light can enter. To live with uncertainty is to live honestly, because life, at its core, is uncertain. Control is often an illusion. Predictability, a comfort we fabricate. The people we love can leave. The jobs we trust can vanish. The health we enjoy can shift. And yet, most of the time, we move through the world pretending this isn't true. Not out of denial, but out of necessity. Because if we truly held the fullness of uncertainty in every moment, we might not move at all. So we create stories, plans, routines. And these are not bad. They are necessary scaffolding. But when we mistake the scaffolding for the structure, we set ourselves up for collapse. Learning to hold uncertainty without collapsing requires practice. It requires compassion. It requires grounding not in certainty, but in capacity. The question is not, what will happen? But, who will I be when it does? Not, will everything be okay? But, will I stay awake through the not knowing? This shift moves us from fear to presence, from control to curiosity, from bracing to breathing. This is not easy, especially in a world that rewards speed, productivity, and performative certainty. But it is necessary, because the alternative, living in constant resistance to the unknown, is a slow erosion of self. It shrinks the imagination, it hardens the heart, it replaces wonder with worry, and worry, once habitual, begins to feel like identity. We no longer say, I'm afraid. We say, I'm an anxious person. But you are not your fear. You are the one noticing it, and the one who notices can choose. You can choose to pause before filling the silence, to sit in the ambiguity, to let the question hang in the air without demanding an answer, not forever, not as paralysis, but as an act of courage, because sometimes the wisest thing you can do is say, I don't know, and mean it, and stay, and listen to what rises in the space uncertainty creates, because that space, the one we so often rush to close, is sacred. It is the birthplace of creativity, of transformation, of deeper understanding. Nothing new can emerge in a mind already full of conclusions. It needs space, stillness, surrender, and yes, fear. Because fear, when held gently, becomes a doorway, not to danger, but to depth. So the next time you feel the tremble of uncertainty, the tightness in your chest, the restless search for answers, pause, breathe. Remember, this is your nervous system doing its job. Thank it, and then ask, what if I didn't rush to solve this? What if I let this moment be incomplete? What if I trusted that clarity comes not from control, but from contact, with reality, with presence, with the ever-changing rhythm of life? Because the unknown is not your enemy. It's your edge, and everything worth discovering lives just beyond it. Fear of rejection as a tool of mass influence. To be rejected is to be cut off. To be told, directly or indirectly, you do not belong. And for the human mind, wired from birth to seek connection, this is no small thing. It is not merely social discomfort. It is existential alarm. The brain, in its deepest recesses, interprets rejection not as a minor inconvenience, but as a threat to survival. That's because belonging is not just emotional, it is biological. We are tribal creatures by evolution. We survive by inclusion, by protection, by alliance. And when we are cast out, or even sense the possibility of it, our nervous systems react as if we've been pushed toward danger, as if we're alone in the dark, without the warmth of the group. That reaction, though invisible, is profound, and it's precisely what makes the fear of rejection such a potent tool, used not only in relationships and communities, but in politics, media, marketing, and ideology. Because when people are afraid of being cast out, they become easier to guide. Not through facts, but through belonging. This mechanism is subtle. It doesn't always announce itself. It works not by force, but by suggestion, by creating invisible boundaries around what is acceptable to think, to feel, to say. And it enforces those boundaries not with violence, but with disapproval, with mockery, with silence, with the slow, social drift that follows a dissenting opinion. You feel it in the room when you say something that doesn't quite land. You feel it online when your words are met not with argument, but with absence. And over time, the fear of that absence becomes a leash. We begin to anticipate rejection before it happens. We edit ourselves before we're asked to. We conform, not because we believe, but because we're afraid of what will happen if we don't. This is how influence works at scale. Not by convincing every individual, but by shaping the social environment so that disagreement feels dangerous, so that deviation feels lonely. When the cost of independent thought is exile from the group, the platform, the community, we learn to think together, not in unity, but in unison. We say what's expected, we perform alignment, and we begin to forget where our voice ends and the group's begins. But this is not new. Societies have always used the fear of rejection to shape behavior. Cultural taboos, religious norms, political loyalty tests, these are all methods of drawing lines around belonging. Step outside them, and you risk more than critique. You risk being othered. And the fear of becoming an outsider runs so deep that people will often abandon truth, intuition, even conscience, just to stay inside the lines. Modern technology amplifies this. In the age of social media, inclusion is quantifiable. Likes, follows, shares. Visibility itself becomes a form of acceptance, and invisibility becomes a kind of death. And so we post not what we mean, but what will be received. We enter ideological ecosystems where everyone agrees, because agreement feels like safety. And when someone does challenge the consensus, we don't just disagree. We ostracize, we ridicule, we block. Not because they are wrong, but because they've broken the spell of sameness. And sameness feels safer than truth. Leaders, influencers, and systems of power understand this instinctively. They don't need to silence dissent. They just need to make dissent lonely. And once that loneliness is internalized, people do the work themselves. They self-censor. They self-align. They teach each other, through subtle cues and unspoken rules, what the boundaries are. And those boundaries, while fluid, become real. They shape behavior. And that behavior, repeated enough, shapes belief. Not through inquiry or dialogue, but through repetition and reward. Through echoes, not exploration. This is how you create mass influence without mass coercion. Not through fear of punishment, but through fear of exclusion. Not through threats, but through social withdrawal. And the brilliance, if one can call it that, of this system is that it hides its own machinery. It feels natural. It feels like consensus, like common sense, like just how things are, until one day you say something honest and feel the room grow colder. But this coldness carries a lesson, a clue. Because true belonging doesn't require performance. It doesn't punish truth. It doesn't demand conformity at the cost of self. Belonging built on suppression is not belonging. It's proximity. And proximity without freedom is captivity in disguise. We were not meant to be agreeable at all costs. The human voice was not designed to echo. It was designed to speak, to wonder, to challenge, to share perspective, even when it risks misunderstanding, especially then. Because without dissent, there is no dialogue. Without contrast, there is no clarity. Without courage, there is no culture, only compliance. 2. Reclaim your voice in a culture ruled by rejection is not easy. It means risking silence, risking misunderstanding, risking that someone, somewhere, might stop nodding. But what you gain is something greater: alignment, integrity, the quiet power of being known, not as a projection, but as a person, someone who does not just exist within the group, but brings something to it. Someone who honors the collective, not by mimicking it, but by challenging it to be better, deeper, braver. This begins with awareness. Notice when your words are shaped by fear, not by meaning. When your silence is not respect, but retreat. When your agreement is not conviction, but calculation. These are not failures. They are signals. Signals that something inside you still remembers how to be whole. Start small. Ask yourself, in the next conversation, am I speaking to be heard or speaking to be safe? Am I nodding because I agree, or because I'm afraid of not nodding? Am I holding back something real, something true, because I fear the air going cold? If the answer is yes, pause, breathe, and consider what it would mean to risk just a little more of yourself. Not to dominate, but to show up, to be seen. And when enough people follow those signals, the culture begins to shift. Dialogue replaces dogma. Curiosity replaces conformity. People stop asking, will this be accepted? And start asking, is this true? And that shift is everything. It restores the possibility of growth, of disagreement without exile, of unity without uniformity. Because fear of rejection may be ancient, but so is the longing to be free. And freedom begins the moment we choose truth over approval. It deepens every time we speak with courage instead of calculation. And it lives in the spaces where authenticity is not punished, but welcomed. Not because we all agree, but because we dare to be real, even when it's uncomfortable, especially then. The fear of silence. Why noise feels safer than stillness. Silence is supposed to be peaceful, a retreat, a sanctuary. But for many, it feels more like a threat than a comfort, an open space too vast, too quiet, too honest. In the modern world, where every moment is saturated with sound, stimulation, and motion, silence has become something we brace against. It is no longer neutral. It is suspicious, awkward, heavy. It presses in. It reflects back. And for many, it reveals what distraction was designed to conceal. That is why so many of us fear silence. Not because silence harms us, but because it strips away what we use to avoid ourselves. This fear isn't just psychological, it's cultural. We've been trained to equate silence with absence, with failure, with loneliness. An unfilled moment is treated as a moment wasted. In conversation, silence is a social glitch, something to fix with a joke, a comment, a filler word. In relationships, silence can feel like punishment. In work, like inactivity. And in the mind, like exposure. Silence makes space for thoughts we didn't schedule, emotions we didn't approve, memories we thought we'd buried. It clears the stage, and whatever was hiding in the wings steps into the light. This is why we fill our days with sound. Music in the shower. Podcasts on walks. Background noise while we work, while we eat, even while we sleep. We scroll, we tap, we refresh, not just for information or entertainment, but for insulation against stillness, against the void, against the quiet voice inside that only becomes audible when everything else stops. Because we know, intuitively, that silence is not just absence, it is presence, intensified. It is what remains when the curtain falls on performance. And yet, we weren't always this way. There was a time when silence was part of life's rhythm, when moments of stillness weren't interruptions, they were integration, breathing space, natural pauses in a world that didn't yet demand constant output. But the rise of technology, productivity culture, and social media rewired that rhythm. It taught us that every second should be useful, that every silence should be filled, that something must always be happening or something is wrong. Stillness began to signal stagnation. Quiet began to feel like failure. But what if that's backward? What if the fear of silence isn't a sign that something is wrong with silence, but that something is unresolved in us? Because silence, for all its discomfort, doesn't lie. It doesn't distract. It doesn't flatter. It simply waits. And in that waiting, it confronts us with ourselves, with the parts we usually keep busy to avoid: regret, desire, grief, questions we haven't answered, truths we've postponed, dreams we've silenced, pain we've numbed. Silence gives them room to breathe. And that's terrifying, because once we hear them, we can't pretend not to. Once we feel them, we can't forget that they're still there. Beneath the noise, beneath the roles, beneath the rush. That's why silence is so often pathologized. We treat those who seek it as antisocial, awkward, reclusive. We associate it with emptiness, when in truth, it is full of potential, full of insight, full of what we've been too distracted to notice. But to access that richness, we must first pass through discomfort, through the restlessness, the temptation to check our phone, to turn on the TV, to reach for anything that can interrupt the rawness of simply being. We crave company, not just to connect, but to escape ourselves. We speak not just to share, but to avoid what our silence might say. This discomfort is where the transformation begins. Because once we stop fleeing silence, we can begin to hear its language, a language that speaks not in answers, but in awareness. It doesn't tell you what to do. It shows you where you are, how tired you really are, how fast you've been running, how loud your mind has become. It reveals the undercurrents, the emotional noise beneath the external noise. And once you notice that, you begin to understand. It wasn't silence that was overwhelming. It was everything silence revealed, everything you've managed to hide from others, and sometimes even from yourself. And here lies the power. Because silence, when met with attention rather than avoidance, becomes sanctuary, a place of integration, of clarity, of recovery. It doesn't solve problems, but it shows you where they really are. It doesn't erase emotion, but it gives emotion space to move. It doesn't offer distraction, but it restores presence. In that presence, wounds begin to breathe, confusion begins to soften, and the noise of the world begins to lose its grip. This is why contemplative traditions, across cultures, across centuries, have always honored silence. Monks, mystics, poets, philosophers, they sought out the quiet not to escape life, but to meet it more fully. Because in silence, we return to a deeper rhythm. One not dictated by algorithms or deadlines, but by breath, by heartbeat, by presence. And in that presence, the need to prove, to perform, to produce, softens. You remember that you are not just what you do, that you are not only valuable when speaking, that you do not have to fill every space to justify your existence. But this remembrance cannot be forced. It must be chosen, gently, repeatedly. It begins with small acts, turning off the radio on the drive home, sitting without a screen for 5 minutes, letting the conversation breathe without rushing to reply, going for a walk without your headphones, not as discipline, but as invitation, to come back, to come home, to notice the life you've been speeding past, to listen not just with your ears, but with your whole being, because silence, when welcomed, becomes intimacy with yourself, with the world, with the moment as it is, not as you wish it were. And in that intimacy, something shifts. You begin to notice beauty again, the sound of wind through leaves, the weight of your own body in a chair, the feeling of aliveness that doesn't need to be documented or explained, the soft voice of your own intuition, previously drowned by the volume of the world, the pulse of your deeper knowing, subtle, quiet, true. This is not an escape from reality, it is a deeper encounter with it, and it is available, always, beneath the noise, behind the urgency, beneath the persona, waiting, patiently offering you not answers, but space, not entertainment, but presence, not distraction, but depth. And the more time you spend with it, the less threatening it becomes, the more familiar it feels, until one day, silence no longer feels like absence, but like arrival. So the next time you feel that urge to fill the silence, pause. Don't punish it. Don't push it away. Just notice. Breathe. Ask. What is this quiet trying to show me? What am I afraid to hear? What have I been too busy to feel? And what might I discover if I just stayed a moment longer? Because silence isn't empty. It's full of everything we've been running from. And perhaps everything we need to come back to, learned helplessness. When fear becomes a habit, there comes a point when the mind stops trying. Not out of laziness, not out of ignorance, but out of exhaustion. It's the quiet surrender that follows too many defeats, too many doors closed, too many attempts that led nowhere. At first, the individual resists, pushes, reaches for solutions. But when effort repeatedly meets failure, when control proves to be an illusion, something shifts inside. The will softens. The curiosity fades. The voice that once said, maybe this time, becomes a whisper that says, why bother? This is not weakness. It is learned helplessness. A psychological condition where a person, after enduring repeated negative experiences they could not change, begins to believe that change is no longer possible. And once that belief sets in, it doesn't just alter behavior, it reshapes identity. The term was born in the laboratory through a grim series of experiments. Dogs placed in harnesses were subjected to electric shocks they could not escape. When later given a chance to avoid the shocks by simply moving to another area, many didn't. They stayed. Not because they wanted to, not because they liked the pain, but because they had learned through repetition that nothing they did mattered. Their spirit of resistance had been extinguished by experience. But the lab was only the beginning. What those studies revealed wasn't just a quirk of animal behavior. It was a mirror held up to the human condition. Because we too internalize failure. We too learn futility. Not always from cruelty, but from life. From systems that refuse to change. From families that silence. From institutions that oppress. From jobs that take more than they give. From relationships where needs are consistently unmet. From cultures that tell some people, quietly, persistently, that their voices won't make a difference. Over time, the lesson sinks in. Don't bother. Don't ask. Don't try. Because nothing will change. And that is where fear becomes not an emotion, but a posture, a default, a way of inhabiting the world that is cautious, constrained, and quiet. You stop raising your hand. You stop dreaming out loud. You stop believing in alternatives. Not because you're content, but because you're convinced it's safer to shrink than to hope. Because hope, when unmet too many times, starts to hurt. So you learn not to feel it. You learn not to expect more. You call it realism, maturity, acceptance. But beneath that language is something older, sadder, a nervous system still flinching from losses it never got to grieve. What makes learned helplessness so insidious is how invisible it becomes. From the outside, it looks like apathy, like underachievement, like lack of will. But inside, it's a war between the part of you that still remembers who you were before you gave up, and the part that's trying to protect you from further disappointment. And that protection becomes a cage, not physical, but cognitive, emotional. You begin to filter reality through the assumption that effort is futile, that risk is foolish, that power belongs to others. And when that assumption goes unchallenged, it becomes prophecy. This doesn't just affect individuals, it scales. Entire communities can carry this imprint. Groups who've been marginalized, ignored, disenfranchised for generations may begin to internalize the message that they are powerless, that resistance is useless, that speaking up will only make things worse. And those in power, consciously or not, benefit from that belief. Because people who feel helpless don't organize, don't challenge, don't imagine. They survive, but they don't disrupt. And yet the truth is, helplessness can be unlearned. Not through slogans, not through forced positivity, but through restoration of agency. Small, meaningful experiences where effort does lead to change, where voice is heard, where choice is respected. Healing begins not with a grand victory, but with a single moment of proof that reality can respond differently, that this time you are not stuck, that this time your actions matter. But to reach that point, we must first see the helplessness for what it is, not a personal failing, but a survival strategy, a protective adaptation that once made sense, that once kept you safe. The brain learns helplessness for a reason. It is trying to spare you the pain of repeated disappointment, and acknowledging that, without judgment, is the first step to moving through it. From there, the work is gentle, deliberate. You don't leap. You take small steps. You practice asking again, trying again, believing cautiously in small changes. You celebrate evidence of efficacy, no matter how minor. You surround yourself with others who mirror back your power, not your limitations. You notice the voice that says it won't matter, and you learn to answer it, not with argument, but with curiosity. What if it does? What if this time is different? And over time, something begins to shift. You feel the weight lift. Not all at once, but in pieces. The posture changes, the gaze rises. You re-enter the world, not as someone waiting to lose, but as someone willing to test the limits again. And that willingness, that return to effort, is the quiet revolution, because every act of reclaimed agency pushes back against the narrative that once kept you small. This isn't about toxic empowerment. Not every situation is changeable. Some systems are still rigged, some structures still brutal. But even in those spaces, agency can live in resistance, in refusal, in solidarity, in the simple, radical decision to believe in possibility despite the evidence. Not because you're naive, but because you're rebuilding the evidence yourself. Learned helplessness is not a life sentence. It is a story we learn to tell ourselves, a story rooted in pain, but not destined to define us. And like any story, it can be rewritten, not by pretending the past didn't happen, but by refusing to let it dictate the future. So if you find yourself hesitating, not because you don't care, but because you don't believe it matters, pause, breathe, and ask, what would I do if I trusted the world might meet me halfway? What would I try if I thought success was possible? Not guaranteed, but possible. And then try. Because even a small act of agency, repeated, becomes momentum. And momentum, over time, becomes change. Paranoia and the fear of being watched. There's a peculiar kind of tension that enters the body when you think you're being watched, even if you can't prove it. Your spine stiffens, your thoughts begin to loop, your behavior subtly changes. Not because you know for certain there are eyes on you, but because you sense the possibility. And that sense, elusive, irrational, but persistent, can begin to shape how you move through the world. This is the quiet architecture of paranoia, a fear not of physical attack, not of an immediate threat, but of surveillance, of scrutiny, of unseen judgment. And in a world increasingly saturated with observation, both real and imagined, the fear of being watched no longer feels like a fringe condition. It feels like the background noise of modern life. Paranoia begins with uncertainty. It starts with a question. What if someone is watching? And unlike other questions, this one rarely invites answers. It invites spirals, because the more you try to confirm or disprove it, the more entangled you become in its logic. If you feel exposed, that very feeling can become the proof. If no one confirms your suspicion, maybe they're in on it. If you act normal, maybe it's just enough to stay invisible. And slowly, your entire life becomes a performance for an audience you're not sure exists. Psychologically, paranoia is rooted in the fear of vulnerability. The fear that your private self, your thoughts, your habits, your shame, might be dragged into the light without your consent. It's the terror of uninvited access, not just to your body, but to your mind. And this fear intensifies when trust erodes, when the people or institutions that were supposed to protect you become ambiguous, unpredictable, or invasive. The more we feel betrayed, the more we start to believe that everyone might be a threat, not openly hostile, just quietly watching, silently collecting, always evaluating. In today's world, this fear is no longer irrational. Surveillance is real. Cameras are everywhere. Algorithms track what you buy, what you say, what you linger on. Every tap, every scroll, every location ping is data. And though we've learned to accept this under the banner of convenience, something in us still tightens when we remember. We are seen more than we realize. This isn't the imagined paranoia of a lone figure pacing in the dark. It is a collective unease, a societal condition. The psychological cost of living in an age where privacy has become a performance rather than a right. And yet, the fear of being watched is older than the internet. It predates screens. It lives in the stories of gods who judged from the sky, in parents who watched through keyholes, in communities where every deviation was noted and every rumor became a verdict. We are not just afraid of being seen, we are afraid of what being seen will mean. Because surveillance is never neutral. It's rarely just observation, it's interpretation. And what's terrifying is not the watching itself, but the possibility of being misunderstood, of being judged through a lens you don't control. This fear becomes internalized over time. Even when no one is watching, you begin to watch yourself. Your words become calculated. Your posture becomes strategic. You monitor your own thoughts, censoring them before they can be spoken. This is what makes paranoia so exhausting. It doesn't only come from the outside, it colonizes from within. You become both the observed and the observer, the prisoner and the warden. And over time, your inner world shrinks to fit the surveillance. Paranoia thrives in ambiguity. It feeds on the unknown, the unsaid, the implied, and in environments where communication is inconsistent, where authority is opaque, where motives are hidden, where rules shift without warning, the ground becomes fertile for this fear to grow. People begin to whisper, to withdraw, to scan for threats, not because they are weak, but because they are adapting. Because paranoia, at its core, is an attempt to stay safe in a world that feels unsafe. But the tragedy of paranoia is that in trying to stay safe, it often isolates you from the very connection that would soothe your fear. It breeds suspicion, doubt, distance. It tells you that others are not to be trusted, not because they've harmed you, but because they might. And so you prepare, you retreat, you protect yourself with silence, with masks, with stories. And little by little, you forget how to be seen without fear. Yet beneath all of this, the tension, the self-monitoring, the withdrawal, there is a longing, a desire to be known, not watched, to be witnessed, not scanned, to be understood, not decoded. And this longing is the key, because the antidote to paranoia is not blindness, it's trust. But trust can't be demanded. It must be rebuilt, slowly, patiently, through relationships and environments where presence is safe, where difference is respected, where privacy is honored. Reclaiming your inner world from the grip of paranoia begins with small acts of rehumanization, finding spaces where you don't have to perform, people with whom you don't have to explain, moments where you can close the curtains, not out of fear, but out of rest. It means remembering that not all eyes are hostile, that not all observation is predatory, that some watching is care, that to be truly seen in the right context is not to be invaded, it is to be recognized. This process is not fast. It requires patience. It requires boundaries. It requires understanding the difference between vigilance and hypervigilance, between awareness and obsession. It means listening to the fear without feeding it. Asking, what am I protecting? What would safety feel like in this moment? What part of me still believes I'll be punished for being visible? Because the fear of being watched, though often valid in its origin, is not meant to be a lifelong prison. You are not meant to live behind a wall of imagined eyes. You are not a target. You are a person, complex, evolving, worthy of spaces where You can rest without scanning the horizon. Space is where you can exhale, unmask, and return to yourself, not as a profile, a threat, a pattern, but as someone human and whole. So the next time the fear rises, that sense that you're being monitored, measured, misunderstood, pause, breathe, name it, and remember, you are not paranoid, you are alert. But your alertness is not your identity. You can soften. You can step back into presence. You can choose moments, people, and places that remind you. Being seen is not the same as being hunted. And, slowly, the world begins to shift. Not because the eyes disappear, but because your gaze returns to what truly matters. Not who is watching, but who you are when you are no longer afraid. The fear of regret. How anticipating loss shapes our choices. Regret is a shadow that often arrives late, but the fear of regret arrives early and stays. It shows up before we decide, before we act, before we speak. It lingers in our hesitation, haunts our options, reshapes our preferences. It whispers in our ear that no matter what path we choose, there's a version of ourselves that will look back in disappointment. And so, out of fear of that future self's judgment, we delay, we doubt, we second guess. We begin to treat decisions not as opportunities to grow, but as traps to avoid. And in doing so, we forget something essential. That regret, while painful, is not the enemy, but the fear of it, the preemptive dread that clouds our minds before anything has even happened, can quietly rob us of a life fully lived. Psychologically, this is called anticipated regret, the emotional forecast of a future we dread experiencing. The brain, always eager to avoid pain, attempts to game out every possible outcome. What if I say yes and regret it? What if I say no and regret that? Instead, what if I choose wrong? What if the version of me 5 years from now resents the version of me today? And so we try to make the perfect decision, one that will generate no grief, no longing, no loss. But that decision doesn't exist. Every choice has a cost. Every path requires a letting go. And when we treat regret like a disease to be avoided, rather than a teacher to be met, we become paralyzed. Not because we lack options, but because we fear the ghost of a feeling that hasn't even arrived. This fear is not irrational. Regret hurts. Studies show it activates the same regions in the brain as physical pain. We replay what could have been. We construct vivid counterfactuals, imagined realities where we did things differently and everything turned out better. The mind, in its brilliance, can simulate these scenarios with such emotional realism that they feel real. And so we grieve not only what happened, but what might have happened. We mourn a phantom life, and that mourning, if internalized too deeply, begins to shape our identity. We start to believe that our past defines our limits, that we are the sum of our worst choices. That regret is evidence of failure rather than evidence of awareness, and that belief is dangerous. It convinces us that growth only happens through flawless execution, that unless every choice was perfect, the story has already been written. But the truth is, the presence of regret signals something more profound: reflection. And reflection, while uncomfortable, is also a portal. A sign that we are capable of learning, capable of evolving, capable of becoming someone who understands life not as a sequence of wins and losses, but as a canvas of experience, messy, layered, unfinished. But it's not just past regret that shapes us. It's the fear of future regret that often drives our behavior. This fear becomes especially strong when the stakes feel high. Careers, relationships, family, health, identity. We begin to see the unknown not as a landscape of potential, but as a minefield of future sorrow. And so we opt for safety, not because it's what we want, but because it seems easier to defend to our future self. We think, if I never try, I'll never regret failing. If I don't commit, I can't be blamed later. And in this logic, caution becomes a kind of preemptive grief, a way to lose less by feeling less. But the cost is steep, because when the fear of regret becomes our compass, we don't navigate toward meaning, we navigate away from pain. And a life lived primarily in avoidance is not a full life, it's a managed one. a curated one shaped not by longing, curiosity, or hope, but by what we're afraid might haunt us later. And the irony is painful. In trying so hard to avoid regret, we often create the very conditions for it. We don't take the risk. We don't say what we meant to say. We stay when we should leave. We leave when we should stay. And later, the silence echoes louder than any mistake would have. This avoidance begins subtly. A job we don't apply for, a message we don't send, a question we're afraid to ask, a truth we swallow. And over time, these small avoidances add up, not just in missed opportunities, but in the gradual erosion of self-trust. We stop believing we can handle disappointment. We begin to think fragility is safer than resilience. And so we live smaller, not because life demands it, but because we've convinced ourselves we're not strong enough to bear the weight of feeling. So how do we meet this fear without letting it rule us? It begins by reframing regret, not as a monster, but as a mirror. Regret shows us what matters, what we value, what we wish we had the courage to pursue. Regret is not just pain, it's information. It reveals the gap between what we did and who we wanted to be. And if we're willing to listen, it can point us forward. Because regret, when met with compassion, can become a compass, not to shame us, but to shape us. But to access that wisdom, we have to let go of the illusion that a regret-free life is possible. It's not. To live is to choose. To choose is to lose. And to lose, occasionally, is to hurt. But that hurt is proof that we cared, that we were awake, that we weren't numb to the stakes. And in a world that often encourages disconnection and detachment, the presence of regret means we showed up. We loved. We risked. We were human. And so, the fear of regret must be met not with control, but with trust. Trust that even if you choose wrong, you will still be able to grow. Trust that your future self is not only a critic, but also a forgiver. Trust that life is not a series of perfect decisions, but a journey of imperfect learning. That the goal is not to avoid all pain, but to find meaning in what unfolds. This trust doesn't silence the fear, but it softens it. It allows you to act even with trembling hands, to speak even with a shaking voice, to decide even in uncertainty. Because the alternative, doing nothing, saying nothing, choosing nothing, is not freedom. It's paralysis in disguise. It's a form of self-abandonment masquerading as self-protection. And here's the paradox. The moments that eventually become the most meaningful often come from the very risks we were most afraid to take. Not because they were easy, not because they went perfectly, but because they changed us. They cracked something open. They expanded the shape of who we were. And in that expansion, we discovered aspects of ourselves we couldn't have met any other way. So the next time you feel yourself hesitating, not because the path is unclear, but because you fear the echo of regret, pause, breathe, ask, what would I do if I weren't afraid of looking back? What would I choose if I believed regret wasn't fatal, but educational? What might I miss if I don't try? And perhaps most importantly, what might I regret more, trying and failing, or never trying at all? Because regret will visit you in life. That's inevitable. But if you are living in alignment with what matters to you, if you are choosing based on truth, not fear, then even your regrets will have dignity. Even your missteps will carry meaning. And that, more than a life without regret, is a life worth remembering. Not perfect, not safe, but honest, real, alive. And that is more than enough. Phobias. When irrational fear takes the lead. Not all fear makes sense. Not all of it responds to logic or fades with reassurance. Sometimes, fear grabs hold of the body before the mind even understands what's happening. The heart races, the breath shortens, the world tilts slightly sideways, and the object of that terror, it may be a spider, a needle, a confined space, a distant thunderclap, even a harmless balloon. You know it won't hurt you. You know it's irrational. And yet, your body acts as if your life is in danger. This is the strange, isolating reality of a phobia. When fear is no longer tied to actual threat, but still controls your reaction as if the threat were real. Phobias are not mere preferences or dislikes. They are amplified, automatic responses, disproportionate in intensity, persistent, over time and resistant to reason. What sets phobias apart from everyday fears is not their subject, but their force. You don't choose to be afraid, you are overtaken. The nervous system responds with alarm bells and floodlights, urging you to escape, even when you're conscious. Mind is calmly saying, this makes no sense. And that dissonance, that inner tug-of-war between reason and reaction, can make the experience even more distressing. You're not just afraid, you're ashamed of being afraid. You carry the awareness that your fear is irrational, and yet that very awareness doesn't offer relief. It sharpens the pain. Because now, it's not just the fear you're battling, it's your judgment of yourself for feeling it. Psychologically, phobias are thought to form through a process called classical conditioning. A neutral stimulus becomes associated with danger, often through a traumatic or intense emotional event. A child stung by a wasp may, years later, panic at the sight of a harmless fly. A person trapped in an elevator once may develop an intense fear of enclosed spaces. The brain, trying to protect itself, overgeneralizes. It decides, this equals danger, and once that neural pathway is established, it strengthens with each repeated encounter. Avoidance reinforces the fear. Each time you run, the mind records, good choice, we survived, and so the loop deepens. It deepens not just in the brain, but in daily life. The choices shrink, the spaces shrink, the sense of self shrinks. But phobias don't always require a traumatic origin. Some seem to arise without explanation, as if fear attached itself to a random target simply because the system needed a release valve. The human psyche is complex, and sometimes fear relocates. It moves from the existential to the tangible, from the fear of death, of control, of abandonment, to something more manageable, a dog, a thunderstorm, a crack in the sidewalk. In that way, a phobia can become a kind of symbolic fear, a placeholder for something deeper, less speakable. And yet, in everyday life, phobias are rarely seen as symbolic. They are often misunderstood, minimized, or mocked. Just get over it, people say. It's not that bad. But to the person experiencing it, the fear is not theoretical. It's physiological. Their heart isn't racing for show. Their vision isn't narrowing for attention. The body believes it is in danger, and that belief is enough to hijack the moment. And what's worse, because the object of the fear is often mundane or visible, unlike trauma or grief, it becomes easy for others to dismiss and for the sufferer to hide. This can lead to deep isolation. People with phobias often rearrange their lives to avoid triggers, turning down opportunities, changing routes, limiting experiences. And the avoidance can spiral until the fear itself is no longer just about the object, but about the fear of panicking in public, the fear of being judged, the fear of losing control. It becomes layered, and beneath those layers is often a deep desire not just to feel safe, but to feel normal again, to laugh freely, to travel, to accept invitations, to not map your day around dread. But here's the truth that often gets lost. Phobias are not a failure of character. They are not weakness. They are learned responses, conditioned reflexes. And what has been learned can, in many cases, be unlearned, not through force, not through shame, but through gentle, persistent exposure and compassion. In therapy, especially, through techniques like exposure therapy or cognitive behavioral interventions, people gradually reintroduce themselves to the feared object or context, learning over time that their body's catastrophic expectations don't come true. That they can feel the fear and move through it. That panic is not prophecy. That discomfort, though real, is survivable. But recovery takes time. It takes courage. Because to face a phobia is not just to face the object. It's to face the part of you that believes you're not strong enough. It's to step back into the very space where you once felt powerless and say, I'm willing to try again. That is no small act. It is not dramatic or cinematic. It's quiet, it's incremental. It's the moment you take a single step into the room you once avoided. It's the pause between racing thoughts when you decide to stay a little longer. It's when you choose not escape, not because the fear is gone, but because you've remembered that you are bigger than it. And even if a phobia never fully disappears, it can loosen, it can become smaller, less defining, less dominant, because in truth, the goal isn't always to erase the fear. Sometimes, the goal is to reclaim your life from it, to stop organizing your choices around what you fear and start organizing them around what you value. To say, yes, I'm afraid, and still, I'll try. To say, I won't wait until I'm fearless to begin living. This shift from avoidance to approach, from helplessness to agency, is transformative. It restores dignity. It restores momentum. It reminds you that fear, however loud, is not the authority on what is possible. Because your body can relearn, your mind can reframe, your nervous system can be soothed, and your life, inch by inch, can expand beyond the territory fear once claimed. So if you are someone who carries a phobia, know this: your fear does not define your capacity. It is not the measure of your strength. It is a story your nervous system learned to tell. A story that can be rewritten, not with heroics, but with patience, with kindness, with steps so small they might seem invisible to others, but to you, they're everything. Because fear might take the lead sometimes, but it doesn't get to write the ending. You do. And that ending, however quiet, however slow, is still a victory. Not because the fear is gone, but because you walked forward anyway. And in that walking, in that tiny revolution of reclaiming a piece of yourself, you remind the world and your own nervous system that freedom doesn't require the absence of fear, only the decision to keep moving anyway. The psychology of control. Why we crave power over chaos. There's a kind of relief that floods the mind when we believe we're in control. It's subtle, sometimes invisible, but unmistakable. A loosening in the chest, a softening of anxiety, a sense that we have our hands on the wheel. Whether the terrain is smooth or steep, being the one steering offers a powerful illusion of safety. But that's the key word: illusion. Because so often, the sense of control we chase isn't real control at all. It's a psychological defense, a shield we build between ourselves and the unpredictable, to guard against the most uncomfortable truth of all. That much of life is beyond our influence. That chaos is not the exception. It is the rule. The human brain was not designed to embrace uncertainty. It was designed to survive it. And one of its oldest survival strategies is to impose meaning, structure, and predictability wherever possible. We seek patterns in randomness. We create rituals around risk. We cling to routines not simply for efficiency, but for stability, because the world feels more tolerable when it feels explainable. When we can say, this happened because I did that. When we believe that outcomes are the result of effort, not chance. This is the foundation of the psychology of control, the deeply rooted belief that if we try hard enough, plan carefully enough, act correctly enough, we can protect ourselves from chaos. And to some extent, this belief is adaptive. It motivates preparation. It fosters accountability. It gives us agency in a world that could otherwise feel overwhelming. But it also comes at a cost, because the line between healthy control and over-control is thin. And once crossed, it leads not to peace, but to pressure, to rigidity, to burnout. Control becomes a lens, a reflex. We begin to micromanage not only our schedules, but our relationships, our emotions, our identities. We try to manage the perceptions of others. We try to control the future. We try to regulate not just outcomes, but ourselves, to an impossible degree. And when things still go wrong, when people leave, when illness comes, when failure arrives, we don't just feel pain, we feel betrayal. As if we did something wrong. As if we failed to control what we should have been able to. This is where control turns against us. It creates the illusion that we are always responsible for everything. That if something bad happens, It's because we didn't anticipate enough, calculate enough, do enough. And this illusion doesn't protect us. It punishes us. It makes us fear spontaneity, distrust change, avoid vulnerability. And in the process, it narrows our world. We trade possibility for predictability. We trade freedom for familiarity. And often, we don't even realize it. Because the avoidance of chaos feels like competence. It feels like discipline. But beneath the appearance of order is a nervous system that's bracing constantly for what might slip through the cracks. This need for control shows up in different ways for different people. For some, it's perfectionism, a relentless attempt to eliminate error. For others, it's hyperplanning, believing that if every minute is accounted for, nothing unexpected can happen. In relationships, it might manifest as people-pleasing or emotional withdrawal, strategies to control how others see and respond to us. In parenting, it becomes overprotection. In leadership, it becomes micromanagement. And underneath all of it is a common fear: if I let go, everything will fall apart, including me. But here's the paradox. The more we tighten our grip, the more brittle we become. The more we try to control everything, the less flexible we are when life inevitably refuses to cooperate. True strength isn't found in control. It's found in resilience, in the ability to respond to the unexpected without collapsing, to stay present even when the plan falls apart, to adapt without losing yourself. And resilience doesn't come from eliminating uncertainty. It comes from expanding your capacity to hold it. This shift from control to resilience requires a fundamental reframing. It requires us to understand that control is not synonymous with safety, that we can feel secure even in uncertainty, that we can trust ourselves to respond well, even if we can't prevent the storm. And this trust is built gradually through experiences of coping, through moments when things didn't go to plan, and yet we survived, we learned, we adjusted. And maybe, just maybe, something grew that wouldn't have grown otherwise. Letting go of control does not mean surrendering to chaos. It means surrendering to reality, to the truth that we are not omnipotent, that we can influence outcomes, but we cannot dictate them, that we can love deeply, but cannot guarantee how we'll be loved in return, that we can protect our bodies, but not fully prevent aging or illness. And while this truth is humbling, it's also liberating, because once we stop trying to control everything, we free up energy to engage with life more fully. Not as something to manage, but as something to meet. And when we meet life, rather than trying to dominate it, we find a different kind of power, a quieter one. The power to stay open in the face of mystery, to remain grounded in the face of ambiguity, to feel fear without letting it choose for us. And in that space, something beautiful can happen. Joy, creativity, connection. These things don't thrive under control, they thrive under presence. So if you find yourself exhausted from holding all the strings, from predicting every outcome, from planning for every possibility, pause, breathe, ask, what am I trying to protect? What would happen if I loosened my grip, just slightly? What part of me still believes that letting go means losing everything? Because sometimes letting go is not the end of stability. It's the beginning of peace. Control may promise safety, but trust, the trust in yourself to meet whatever comes, that's where freedom lives. The fear of emotional exposure. Why vulnerability feels dangerous. There's a reason why silence often feels safer than speech, why distance feels easier than closeness, and why composure, however forced, feels preferable to falling apart in front of someone. To expose what we really feel, to name what's happening inside us, while someone else listens and sees. That's not just uncomfortable. For many, it's terrifying. Because to be emotionally open is to risk something primal, being hurt where it matters most. The body tenses, the voice falters, the mind rehearses 1,000 versions of rejection before a single word is spoken. And all of it circles around one central fear, the fear of emotional exposure. The fear that if we are truly seen, we will be dismissed, misunderstood, mocked, or, perhaps worst of all, abandoned. This fear is not imagined. It's rooted in experience. Somewhere along the way, whether in childhood, adolescence, or adulthood, many of us learned that vulnerability carried consequences. Maybe you reached out and were ignored. Maybe you cried and were shamed. Maybe you shared your truth and it was used against you. These wounds don't always leave visible scars, but they leave patterns. We internalize the message, it's safer not to show this part of me, and so we build walls. We rehearse responses. We curate our emotions to be more palatable, more presentable, more acceptable. But what we call strength is often just well-practiced self-protection, and what we call privacy is sometimes just armor. Emotional exposure is frightening because it strips all that away. It leaves us raw, unscripted, and that rawness activates every alarm in the nervous system, not because something's wrong, but because something's real. And real is dangerous in a world that often rewards performance over authenticity. Socially, we're told that vulnerability is a virtue, but culturally, we're conditioned to hide. Don't be too sensitive. Don't make it about you. Keep it together. These messages don't just shame emotion. They teach us that containment is the price of belonging, that if we want to be accepted, we must first be edited. And so, emotional exposure becomes a risk, not just to our pride, but to our connection. We fear that to be seen fully is to be seen as too much, or worse, not enough. And yet, paradoxically, the very thing we're most afraid of, rejection, is what we already feel in isolation. When we hide who we are, when we silence our truth, when we pretend we're fine, we may protect ourselves from immediate pain, but we also ensure long-term loneliness, because intimacy requires visibility. And without vulnerability, there is no bridge between souls, only polite proximity. The fear of exposure is often intensified by past betrayal. If you've opened up before and been hurt, the mind records that moment like a warning sign. Don't go there again. You remember what happened. And the next time vulnerability arises, it's accompanied by a sense of danger, even if the context is entirely different. That's the tricky part. The brain doesn't distinguish between then and now unless we consciously remind it. So we react protectively, reflexively, often pushing away those who genuinely want to understand us. But emotional safety doesn't emerge from isolation. It's cultivated through experience, through moments, however small, when our vulnerability is met with care rather than criticism. When we say something honest and the world doesn't fall apart. When we let the mask slip and someone stays. These are the moments that begin to rewire our fear, that show us it's possible to be soft and strong, exposed and respected, real and still loved. Yet vulnerability doesn't mean oversharing or emotional flooding. It's not about broadcasting pain. It's about choosing authenticity over avoidance. It's the quiet courage to say, "I'm scared," when every instinct tells you to smile. It's admitting, "I don't know," when you're expected to have answers. It's saying, "That hurt," without needing to win or defend. Emotional exposure is not weakness. It's clarity. It's presence. It's the moment when who you are and what you feel finally align. Still, the fear doesn't vanish. Even seasoned communicators, therapists, leaders, and artists who trade in honesty feel it. Because emotional exposure is always a risk. There's no guarantee. The other person might misunderstand, they might reject you, they might disappear, but the alternative, to live behind a shield forever, is its own kind of wound. It may feel safer, but it starves the soul. So what does it take to step into emotional exposure, especially when the fear is loud? It takes discernment, knowing who has earned the right to hear your truth. Not everyone has. Vulnerability without boundaries is self-sacrifice, not intimacy. It takes pacing. You don't need to open everything at once. Start with small truths. Test the ground. Let trust grow like a garden, not a wildfire. It takes self-validation. Knowing that even if someone doesn't respond how you hoped, your truth is still valid. Your experience is still real. Their reaction doesn't undo your reality. And most of all, it takes compassion for yourself. For the part of you that's scared, for the years you spent protecting that tenderness, for the fact that you are human, and to be human is to feel deeply, risk pain, and long for connection anyway. So if you find yourself resisting vulnerability, pausing before the confession, deleting the message, laughing when you meant to cry, don't scold yourself, just notice. The fear is not weakness, it's history, and history doesn't have to define the future. Take the risk in doses, let someone see you just enough, and watch what happens when you are not rejected. Watch how something inside you exhales. Watch how, slowly, exposure becomes intimacy. Not with everyone, but with the right ones. And with yourself. Because emotional exposure isn't just about being seen by others. It's about no longer hiding from yourself. And in that quiet, trembling space where truth meets acceptance, something sacred is born, real connection. The psychology of rumors, how fear spreads faster than facts. There's a peculiar force in words whispered behind backs. Headlines passed without sources, stories that begin with, "I heard," and end in uncertainty. These fragments of half-truth, speculation, or complete fiction travel faster than verified knowledge ever could, and more dangerously, they stick, not because they are accurate, but because they activate, arouse, alarm. Welcome to the psychological domain of rumors, not just careless gossip, but socially transmitted signals of fear. Because beneath every rumor lies something deeper than curiosity, the human hunger for control in uncertain times. Rumors are not random. They emerge where clarity is scarce, where answers are absent, and where people feel powerless. The brain, uncomfortable with ambiguity, prefers a bad explanation to none at all. In that gap between what we know and what we fear, rumors flourish. They give structure to anxiety. They transform chaos into narrative. They provide an illusion of insight, a way to make sense of what otherwise feels senseless. This is why fear and rumor are so tightly bound. Fear gives rumors momentum. The more afraid we are, the more willing we become to believe and to spread what might not be true. It doesn't matter if the source is vague or the logic flimsy. What matters is how the rumor feels. And fear feels urgent. Fear bypasses critical thinking. It demands attention, not verification. So when a rumor touches that nerve, the part of the brain tasked with survival perks up, while the part responsible for skepticism takes a step back. And what's even more striking, we don't just pass along rumors, we edit them. Psychologists call this process transmission distortion. As a rumor travels, it gets reshaped to better match the emotional tone of the group. Details are added or removed, dangers are emphasized, coincidences become patterns, ambiguity becomes intent. And slowly, what started as speculation morphs into belief, not because the facts have changed, but because the story has evolved to better reflect collective fear. In this sense, rumors are not merely private acts, they are social defense mechanisms. They bind people together in a shared perception of risk. To believe the rumor is to belong to the group that knows what's really going on. It becomes a badge of awareness, even superiority. But this awareness comes at a cost: the loss of nuance, the erosion of trust, and the amplification of anxiety. Think about how quickly a rumor can damage reputations, incite panic, or stoke violence. From schoolyards to stock markets, from small towns to entire nations, rumors have changed elections, sparked wars, and collapsed institutions. Not through fact, but through emotional contagion. And this contagion is powerful because it relies not on logic, but on repetition. The more we hear something, the more likely we are to believe it. This is the illusory truth effect. The cognitive bias that causes repeated information to feel more true, simply because it's familiar. So what begins as a whisper can become a worldview. And once it takes root, even contradictory evidence may fail to uproot it, because by then, the rumor isn't just information, it's identity. It's part of how someone sees the world. And challenging the rumor feels like challenging them. But rumors aren't just about fear of what's outside us. They also reflect what's inside us, the unspoken anxieties, suspicions, and biases we may not even admit we hold. Rumors often reinforce existing narratives. Who we think the bad people are, what we believe about power, who we feel is to blame. In this way, rumors provide not only explanations, but validation. They confirm what we already fear is true, and that emotional reinforcement makes them hard to resist. The internet, of course, has turned this ancient psychological phenomenon into a modern wildfire. Platforms designed for speed and reach provide the perfect environment for rumor to outpace truth. Information moves faster than verification. Outrage generates more clicks than accuracy. And in this landscape, rumors are not just accidents. They are assets, tools of manipulation, weapons of influence. Misinformation becomes strategy, not side effect. So how do we protect ourselves? Not just from the rumors others spread, but from the ones we're tempted to believe or repeat. First, by recognizing the emotional hook. If a piece of information makes you feel sudden anger, fear, or disgust, pause. That emotional spike is your nervous system's invitation to react, but it's also your cue to slow down. Ask, where did this come from? What's the evidence? Am I being informed or manipulated? Second, by embracing uncertainty. Rumors thrive in the discomfort of not knowing, but not knowing is not the same as being unsafe. It's okay to say, I don't have the full picture yet. In fact, it's more courageous to wait for clarity than to fill the gap with convenient fiction. Third, by modeling discernment. Be the person who resists the urge to forward, repost, or repeat without reflection. Not because you're better, but because you understand the cost. Rumors don't just affect abstract others. They wound real people. They fracture trust. They inflame conflict, and they deepen the very fear they pretend to resolve. Finally, by exploring the deeper fears beneath the surface. Ask yourself, why did this rumor catch my attention? What is it touching in me? What does it say about my own worries, wounds, or worldview? Because sometimes the rumor is not about the world, it's about us. And understanding that gives us the power to respond with clarity rather than compulsion. In the end, rumors are not problems of information. They're problems of emotion. They are fear stories, survival myths. They spread not because they are true, but because they feel like they could be. And in a world where fear spreads faster than facts, our greatest responsibility is not to know everything, but to question carefully, to slow the rush, to think through the tension, and to resist the seduction of the simple answer in favor of the complex truth. Because the truth may not always comfort us, but it doesn't need to. It only needs to anchor us when the world begins to whisper. Isolation as control. How disconnection sustains fear. Isolation doesn't always begin as punishment. Sometimes it begins as preference, a step back for clarity, a desire for peace. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, it can turn into something else. A condition, not a choice. A state where the walls get thicker, the windows narrower, and the silence no longer feels spacious, but suffocating. You stop reaching out, not because there's no one to talk to, but because the idea of being seen now feels like a threat. What if I've been gone too long? What if I no longer fit? What if my absence has already been filled? These questions echo in the dark, and the longer you stay disconnected, the harder they are to silence. Because the truth is, isolation isn't just an emotional state. It's a tool, a method by which fear is not only maintained, but multiplied, not just by others, but by ourselves. In psychological terms, isolation is one of the most effective mechanisms for control, not only in abusive relationships or oppressive regimes, but in the quiet, unnoticed patterns of everyday life. It works because connection is inherently regulating. When we're seen, heard, mirrored, we're reminded that our experiences are real and shared. But when that connection is severed by shame, by fear, by manipulation, or by the subtle erosion of self-trust, we begin to question not just the world, but our place in it. Isolation whispers, "You're alone in this. No one would understand. Better to stay quiet. Better not to burden." And so, we turn inward, not in reflection, but in retreat. This internal withdrawal is the seed of self-silencing. Over time, the lack of external feedback distorts our perception. We misread intentions. We assume the worst. Our inner critic grows louder, unchallenged by the voices of care, of reason, of affection. And in that vacuum, fear thrives. Fear of judgment, fear of rejection, fear of confirming the belief that we are somehow broken, different, irredeemable. This is the emotional soil in which isolation takes root, not just as circumstance, but as self-perception. But isolation doesn't only arise from within. It is also imposed strategically when fear is used to dominate. Authoritarian regimes isolate dissenters, not only physically, but informationally. They disconnect people from each other to prevent solidarity, to erase shared meaning. Abusive partners isolate their victims from friends and family, knowing that without outside perspective, even the most distorted reality can begin to feel like truth. Cults, ideologies, even algorithms can shape belief systems by cutting people off from contradictory input. And what all these forms of control have in common is this: they isolate first, because once a person is disconnected, their world becomes easier to define, to distort, to dominate. In modern life, isolation takes many forms. It isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's as simple as the gradual loss of depth in our relationships, the casual shift from conversations to commentary, from dialogue to performance, from being with each other to simply being near each other. And while technology offers unprecedented connectivity, it also offers the perfect conditions for loneliness to hide in plain sight. We scroll, we like, we share, but we don't reveal, we don't receive, and without vulnerability, connection starves. What makes isolation so insidious is that it often feels safer, especially when we've been hurt. We tell ourselves we're protecting our peace, guarding our energy. And sometimes that's true, but when the guard never rests, when every interaction feels risky, when solitude becomes default, not sanctuary, then we are no longer protecting ourselves. We are hiding. And the longer we hide, the more frightening it becomes to emerge, because fear doesn't just live in what we avoid, it grows there. Yet, what's important to understand is this: isolation is not always chosen, but it is always reinforced. And breaking its spell doesn't require a grand re-entry. It requires a crack, a conversation, a moment of being seen, really seen. And that moment doesn't erase the fear, but it gives it something it cannot survive: contact. Fear thrives in silence. It shrinks in connection, because connection reorients us. It reminds us that we are not anomalies, that our pain is not proof of failure, but of feeling, that our messiness does not make us unworthy. It makes us human. To resist the control of isolation, we must relearn the art of reaching not just for help, but for honesty, for resonance, for those imperfect, awkward, courageous exchanges that say, "I don't have it all together, but I want to be close anyway." This is not weakness. This is how we reclaim our voice from the cave of fear. Not by pretending we aren't scared, but by naming the fear and still moving toward light. And light doesn't mean being surrounded by people all the time. Some of the most profound connection can happen in quiet moments, between two people, in a room, saying things they haven't said before, or in a message that says, "I thought of you today," or in the internal shift when we stop seeing ourselves as problems to be solved and start seeing ourselves as stories still being written, stories that deserve to be heard. If you're reading this and you feel isolated, know this: you're not broken. You're not beyond reach. You're not the only one who feels the way you do. In fact, the belief that you are the only one is part of the isolation. It's how it sustains itself, but it's not true. You are not alone. You are surrounded by others carrying similar questions, similar longings, similar fears. They may be quiet, they may not show it, but they are there. And the bridge back to connection starts with a whisper, not a shout, with a risk, not a performance. And even when connection feels impossible, when people disappoint you, misunderstand you, or leave, you can still refuse the deeper isolation, the one between you and yourself. You can keep that inner thread alive, that thread that says, I am still here. I am still worthy of being known. I will not vanish from my own view, because ultimately, fear thrives when we are fragmented, but wholeness begins when we return to presence. Not perfectly, not loudly, just honestly, together.